Ladies and gentlemen, the Assembly is now called to order. Your Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, Ambassadors, Delegates, Director General, in my capacity as the President of the 78th World Health Assembly, I have the honor to open the 79th World Health Assembly. We shall now move to Agenda Item 1.1, Appointment of the Committee on Credentials. The Assembly is required to appoint a Committee on Credentials in accordance with Rule 24 of the Rules of Procedure of the Assembly. In conformity with this rule, I propose your approval of the following 12 member states: Armenia, Bulgaria, Eswatini, Iceland, Mongolia, Oman, St. Kitts and Nevis, Sao Tome and Principe, Senegal, Sri Lanka, Uruguay, Vietnam. Is this proposal acceptable? As I see no comments, I declare the Committee on Credentials, as proposed by me, appointed by the Assembly. Subject to the decision of the General Committee, the Committee on Credentials will hold its meeting on Tuesday, tomorrow, 19 May, at 1400 hours in Room 12. Let us now turn to the election of the President. In accordance with Rule 25 and of the Rules of Procedure, at each regular session, the Health Assembly shall elect a President and 5 Vice Presidents who shall hold office until their successors are elected. You have before you a white paper which contains names of delegates proposed for consideration, following consultations with their respective regions as well as their respective countries. To consider the nomination for the office of the President of the 79th World Health Assembly, I recall that in accordance with the practice of regional rotation, which the Assembly has followed for many years, the President of the 79th World Health Assembly should be chosen among the delegates of members of the region of the Americas. I understand that Dr. Victor Elias Atala Laham, Minister of Public Health, Dominican Republic, is proposed for the office of the President of the 79th World Health Assembly. Is this proposal acceptable? In the absence of any objections, and as it appears that there is no other proposals, I suggest, in accordance with Rule 80 of the Rules of Procedure, that the Assembly approves the nomination and elects its President by acclamation. Dr. Victor Elias Atala Laham, Minister of Public Health, Dominican Republic, is hereby elected President of the 79th World Health Assembly, and I invite him to take this seat on the rostrum. Congratulations to Dr. Atala Laham. I wish you a successful presidency of the 79th World Health Assembly. You can be assured of my support throughout the week. That's her. He's coming on the left.
Excelencias, honorables ministros,
Your Excellencies, honourable ministers, distinguished delegates, Director General, I'd like to thank the Assembly for their trust in electing me as President of the 79th World Health Assembly. And I'd like to express my appreciation to my predecessor, His Excellency Dr. Teodoro Herbosa, Secretary of Health of the Republic of the Philippines, for his contribution to the last World Health Assembly and for opening today's proceedings. We shall now turn to the nomination for the offices of Vice Presidents of the Health Assembly. I should like to recall that since a member of the region of the Americas has filled the post of President, it would be equitable to choose the Vice Presidents from delegates coming from the other 5 WHO regions. And in this regard, the following proposals have been received. Dr. Assa Badialo Touré from Mali, Dr. Mohamed Ali Al-Gouj from Libya, Mrs. Katarzyna Drajek-Laskowska of Poland, Honorable Nisha Mehta of Nepal, and Honorable Elias Kapovore from Papua New Guinea. Are these proposals acceptable to the Assembly? In the absence of any objections, I take it that it is the wish of the Health Assembly to elect by acclamation the 5 delegates mentioned for the posts of Vice President of the 79th World Health Assembly. And I congratulate the Vice Presidents upon their election.
ahora determinaré por su...
I shall now determine by lot the order in which the Vice Presidents should be requested to serve, should the Presidents be unable to act in between sessions. The names of the Vice Presidents, the 5 Vice Presidents, have been written down on 5 separate paper slips, which I'm going to draw by lot. The first Vice President is Dr. Mohamed Ali Al-Gouj from Libya. Second Vice President, Dr. Assa Badialo Touré of Mali. Third Vice President, Mrs. Katarzyna Drajek-Laskowska of Poland. The fourth Vice President shall be Mrs. Nisha Mehta of Nepal. And the fifth Vice President is Honorable Elias Kapovore of Papua New Guinea. Thank you very much indeed. There will be seating arranged for the Vice Presidents in the first row in front of the podium, and I suggest that the Vice Presidents take their seats at the next plenary session. We shall now turn to the election of the chairs of the main committees. For the office of Chair of Committee A, Dr. Timur Sultangaziev, First Deputy Minister of Health of the Republic of Kazakhstan, has been proposed. Is this proposal acceptable? In the absence of any objections, I take it that it is the wish of the Health Assembly to elect Dr. Timur Sultangaziev of Kazakhstan as Chair of Committee A. And for the Chair of Committee B, Dr. Kwabena Minta Akando, Minister of Health of Ghana, has been proposed. Is this proposal acceptable? In the absence of any objections, I take it that it is the wish of the Health Assembly to elect Dr. Kwabena Minta Akando, Minister of Health of Ghana, as Chair of Committee B. We shall now proceed to the composition of the General Committee in accordance with Rule 30 of the Rules of Procedure. The General Committee consists of the President, the 5 Vice Presidents, the chairs of Committees A and B, and 17 delegates to be elected by the Assembly. In order to have equitable geographical distribution within the General Committee, I propose that the Assembly elects the remaining members of the General Committee as follows: 4 member states from the African region, 4 member states from the region of the Americas, 2 member states from the Eastern Mediterranean region, 4 member states from the European region, 1 for the Southeast Asia region, and 2 member states from the Western Pacific region. You have before you a white paper containing proposals for the nomination of the 17 other members of the General Committee. I shall repeat these proposals in English alphabetical order.
Canada, China, Cuba, Chipre,
Cyprus, Ecuador, Fiji, France, Kenya, Lebanon, Morocco, Sierra Leone, South Africa, Tajikistan, United Republic of Tanzania, Trinidad and Tobago, and United Kingdom. Does the Assembly agree with these 17 proposals? I see no objection. I take it, therefore, that it is the wish of the Assembly to elect these member states as members of the General Committee. It is so decided.
y aquí vamos ahora aquí. Antes de suspender la sesión plenaria,
Before we suspend plenary and move to the high-level segment, I'd like to address some housekeeping matters. The General Committee will hold its first meeting today, once the high-level segment has concluded. The members of the committee should proceed to room 12. May I remind you that according to Rules 30 and 31 of the Rules of Procedure, attendance at the General Committee is limited to its members, and to no more than 1 member of each delegation to the Health Assembly not represented on the committee. I should also like to remind you that the next plenary will convene, subject to the decision taken in the General Committee, with the following programme: a presidential address. Item 1.4, adoption of the agenda and allocation of items to main committees. Item 2, report of the Executive Board on its 157th and 158th sessions. Item 3, address by Dr. Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus, Director General, and the general discussion. And 4, invited speakers. In accordance with Rule 49 of our Rules of Procedure, I'd like to remind delegations that wish to propose a resolution or a decision to send a draft to the Secretariat by 6 p.m. today. We have a very long agenda to get through by Saturday, and in order to manage plenary well and offer all delegations a fair chance to speak, I trust in your cooperation in respecting the time limits of 3 minutes for regional statements or group statements and 2 minutes for national statements. 15 seconds courtesy will be added, but after that I will have to interrupt speakers. I'd also like to take this opportunity to remind all delegates of the Code of Conduct at WHO events, which applies to all sessions, meetings, and side events during the World Health Assembly. And finally, before suspending the meeting to allow for the high-level segment, I briefly like to address an issue of procedure linked to electronic voting. As you all know, member states have an electronic voting system in the Assembly for plenaries and for Committee B, and in the WHO hall where Committee A will be meeting. There is also an electronic voting system in room 12 where the General Committee will be meeting in accordance with the Rule 73 of the Rules of Procedure of the World Health Assembly. When there is an electronic voting system available, then the World Health Assembly may decide that any vote within the room may be taken by the electronic voting system. And with a view to facilitating the efficient and smooth management of the meeting, I wish to propose that if a vote by a show of hands is required, or a registered roll call vote is required during the World Health Assembly, unless the Assembly decides otherwise during the discussion of the item, that vote should take place by electronic vote, by using the available system. In other words, the procedure would be that any vote by show of hands or roll call vote will take place electronically, unless it is decided otherwise on the particular item that is being subject to the vote. As you will recall, we will proceed in that fashion, or we proceeded in that fashion at the Assembly last year. And it's important to point out that, like last year, when a vote by show of hands took place through the electronic system, it doesn't reproduce all of the aspects of a physical vote where you raise your flags. In particular, you can see on the electronic screen, but in practice that wouldn't be visible in all of the room as if you were raising your flags. The image on the screen will only indicate which countries have voted, and it won't show how they have voted. So that is different to a roll call vote where you see up on the screen in real time how each member state has voted, as well as registering at the end how each vote has taken place. I'd also like to clarify that that approach will only apply to the current World Health Assembly, without prejudice to any decision in future. The Assembly may adopt other processes in future. We will not use the electronic voting system if a secret vote is required. Are there any comments in relation to that? I see no request for the floor, therefore it is so decided. We will now suspend the official program of the plenary for the high-level segment, which will include messages from heads of delegations and the Global Health Leaders Awards. The meeting is adjourned.
Well done. Yes.
Excellent. 2025 was the year of major achievements and challenges for global health and for WHO. The most significant achievement was the adoption of the WHO Pandemic Agreement, a powerful example of what multilateralism can deliver when countries choose cooperation over division. In addition, this year WHO validated 13 countries for the elimination of diseases. We provided guidance on innovations, including lenacapavir for HIV prevention and GLP-1 therapies for obesity. And we responded to 48 emergencies in 79 countries and territories, including Gaza, Sudan, and Ukraine. 2025 brought other serious challenges. Aid cuts threaten to reverse decades of progress, with early estimates suggesting childhood mortality could rise for the first time this century. And cuts to WHO's budget left us with no choice but to reduce the size of our workforce. But in the crisis lies an opportunity for countries to transition away from aid dependency towards self-reliance, and the opportunity for WHO to become more independent and future-proof. The world still needs WHO, and WHO remains committed to our founding vision, the highest attainable standard of health, not as a privilege for some, but a right for all. I found our world to be so beautiful. We come together as nations of the world because we choose not to be overwhelmed.
2, 3.
We choose hope. We choose a better future.
Right now, across the world,
Lives are being saved.
quietly.
Often unnoticed.
A disease stopped before it starts. Answers found.
Fears dispelled.
Health restored.
New treatments, emerging gene therapies, more personalized care. The science is there and evolving. What's possible today was unimaginable just a few years ago.
Every diagnosis that gives a family an answer. Every test that catches a disease before it's too late. In every home, in every clinic, in every country. That is science at work.
Science shows what is possible. From vaccine-preventable diseases to mental health. It backs every decision that shapes people's health and well-being. When we use science, when we act on it together, people live. People thrive.
Science only protects us when we use it. And right now, it's difficult to tell the difference between science-based advice and misinformation. The stakes for our health have never been higher. Science protects us.
Science gives us a future.
Science heals us.
Science guides us.
"2025 was the year of major achievements and challenges for global health and for WHO. The most significant achievement was the adoption of the WHO Pandemic Agreement, a powerful example of what multilateralism can deliver when countries choose cooperation over division. In addition, this year WHO validated 13 countries for the elimination of diseases. We provided guidance on innovations, including lenacapavir for HIV prevention and GLP-1 therapies for obesity. And we responded to 48 emergencies in 79 countries and territories, including Gaza, Sudan, and Ukraine. 2025 brought other serious challenges. Aid cuts threatened to reverse decades of progress, with early estimates suggesting childhood mortality could rise for the first time this century. And cuts to WHO's budget left us with no choice but to reduce the size of our workforce. But in the crisis lies an opportunity for countries to transition away from aid dependency towards self-reliance, and the opportunity for WHO to become more independent and future-proof. The world still needs WHO, and WHO remains committed to our founding vision, the highest attainable standard of health, not as a privilege for some, but a right for all. I found our world to be so beautiful. We come together as nations of the world because we choose not to be overwhelmed.
2, 3.
We choose hope. We choose a better future.
Right now, across the world,
Lives are being saved.
quietly.
Often unnoticed.
A disease stopped before it starts.
Answers found.
Fears dispelled.
Health restored.
New treatments, emerging gene therapies, more personalized care. The science is there and evolving. What's possible today was unimaginable just a few years ago.
Every diagnosis that gives a family an answer. Every test that catches a disease before it's too late. in every home, in every clinic, in every country. That is science at work.
Science shows what is possible, from vaccine-preventable diseases to mental health. It backs every decision that shapes people's health and well-being. When we use science, when we act on it together, people live, people thrive.
Science only protects us when we use it, and right now, it's difficult to tell the difference between science-based advice and misinformation. The stakes for our health have never been higher. Science protects us.
Science gives us a future.
Science heals us.
Science guides us.
"2025 was the year of major achievements and challenges for global health and for WHO. The most significant achievement was the adoption of the WHO Pandemic Agreement, a powerful example of what multilateralism can deliver when countries choose cooperation over division. In addition, this year WHO validated 13 countries for the elimination of diseases. We provided guidance on innovations including lenacapavir for HIV prevention and GLP-1 therapies for obesity. And we responded to 48 emergencies in 79 countries and territories, including Gaza, Sudan, and Ukraine. 2025 brought other serious challenges. Aid cuts threaten to reverse decades of progress, with early estimates suggesting childhood mortality could rise for the first time this century. And cuts to WHO's budget left us with no choice but to reduce the size of our workforce. But in the crisis lies an opportunity for countries to transition away from aid dependency towards self-reliance, and the opportunity for WHO to become more independent and future-proof. The world still needs WHO, and WHO remains committed to our founding vision, the highest attainable standard of health, not as a privilege for some, but a right for all.
Your Excellencies, honorable delegates, ladies and gentlemen, may I kindly ask you to join your seats. Thank you.
I think you can just run one time and then start. Vous avez parlé du video.
Ouais, c'est ce que je me suis dit. Et je parle quand Ok, tu vas me donner.
Excelencias,
Your Excellencies, Director General, honorable ministers, distinguished delegates, I'm pleased to welcome you to the high-level segment of the 79th World Health Assembly. We are honored to have with us this morning the presence of distinguished guests at the invitation of the Director General. Without further ado, I have the honor to invite Her Excellency Miss Elisabeth Bohm-Schneider, Federal Councillor of the Swiss Confederation, to give her welcome remarks. Please go ahead.
President of the Assembly, President, Director General, Ministers, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor and once again a great pleasure to welcome you again to Geneva. Geneva, the city that hosts the WHO headquarters. I welcome you to this 79th Assembly. Welcome, welcome to a city that embodies the universal vocation of multilateralism, a place of dialogue, a place where values and trust are transmitted, and a place where there's a shared commitment to health for all. I wish to begin my comments by paying tribute to WHO staff. Your expertise, your daily commitment allow WHO to remain worthy of its demanding mandate. And we see today that the WHO is playing a vital role in international coordination in combating hantavirus or Ebola. Despite their differences, WHO is in the lead in both cases, so we can see what they're doing before our eyes. The past year has been marked by an increasingly difficult international context. The WHO budget has been cut by 21%. That's almost $1 billion. Hundreds of posts have been abolished. Programs have been cut. WHO has had to and has been able to reform itself. It has been reformed in depth and it had to be reformed urgently while continuing to carry out its vital mission. Switzerland is deeply grateful to WHO and its staff. In this difficult and intense context, we have to look at the redefinition of global health. But clearly, WHO has to remain at the heart of that process and has to drive that process. WHO is involved in standard setting and technical and coordination work. It is a unique global health body with a universal vocation. It is therefore up to WHO to lead transformation in close cooperation with other global health institutes. This is a conviction based on values of equity, accessibility and interdisciplinarity. And that fully makes sense here in Geneva, the international capital of public health, a real unique ecosystem where we bring together international organizations, research institutes, civil society and the private sector. Ladies and gentlemen, Switzerland shoulders its responsibility as a host state in seeking to preserve and strengthen that ecosystem, and we do that in 3 ways. Firstly, tangible financial support. Given the current budgetary constraints, Switzerland has released an envelope of 269 million francs to strengthen international Geneva between now and 2029, and WHO benefits from that in several ways. Secondly, our commitment to sustainable financing through the gradual increase in mandatory contributions, assessed contributions. The WHO needs stable and predictable funding. It needs that in order to be able to plan, to anticipate and to respond. With only 25% of its budget coming from mandatory contributions, that stability, I'm sure you will agree, remains inadequate today. Switzerland, for many years, has repeatedly advocated for a rebalancing of that. Thirdly, we support reform within WHO and within the UN system. The current fragilities must be grasped as an opportunity to strengthen collective effectiveness. WHO has a unique role to play. WHO is the only health organization that is involved in all 3 areas of current UN reform. WHO is irreplaceable. As member states, we must all show courage. We must think again about WHO, but also about the way in which it interacts with the whole UN system and the interdependencies that exist. In the context of UN80 reform, it is crucial, it is vital to strengthen the role of health as a central pillar of global security. WHO must remain able to continue to act, and the ecosystem around WHO in Geneva must also adapt. Ladies and gentlemen, we live in a world that is marked by a plethora of conflicts and humanitarian crises that are increasingly serious. And first and foremost, it is people who are suffering. Conflicts and fragile contexts are also fertile ground for health emergencies and crises. All of this emphasizes the need for a strong WHO, a WHO that can act in terms of developing health policies and ensuring that they are applied in the field. The credibility of multilateralism will depend on specific results. There are 3 areas that illustrate the need to achieve significant progress. Firstly, let's look at health as a vector for peace. Through the Global Health and Peace Initiative that is led by Switzerland and the Sultanate of Oman and that was formalized by a resolution adopted in 2024, we can see that. We are at present developing a course for health professionals so that they can be made more aware about tense contexts or situations of conflict. We also need to understand and ensure respect for international humanitarian law, as well as protection of health personnel. That is more vital today than it has ever been. Health must never become a target. Health is a global public good and must always be protected. Secondly, we are going to continue to work on the annex to the pandemic agreement. This is the annex that deals with a mechanism for pathogen access and benefit sharing, that is to say, PAPS. The adoption of the agreement, the pandemic agreement, in May last year demonstrated that member states still want to work together for the common good and can still do so. But this agreement can only enter into force once we have found a solution, once we have negotiated a solution to the issues in the annex. The negotiations are complex, and Switzerland remains committed to find realistic solutions that are functional and based on a clear mandate, both for future states parties and for WHO. As well as that, it will be vital to continue internationally to develop the WHO BioHub system in order to guarantee the sharing of safe, effective and equitable pathogens in a way that can contribute to strengthening global health security. The third area where action is needed is AMR, antimicrobial resistance. This Assembly is invited to adopt the update to the Global Plan of Action on AMR, and this strengthens the multisectoral approach and brings on board new international commitments. We are all concerned. Allow me to give you the example of Switzerland, my country. Switzerland is not spared by this danger. Resistant infections cause around 300 deaths a year here, and the OECD estimates that their direct and indirect costs might reach 748 million francs a year by the year 2050. I'm talking still about Switzerland. That's why we attach particular importance to strengthening surveillance and at a global level to controlling this issue and fighting against resistance to antimicrobials. We need to promote and foster research and antibiotic innovation in that regard. The Global Plan of Action is a robust basis for action to be taken. Ladies and gentlemen, all that we're doing for future generations and for those who will come after us, as well as for ourselves. And future generations will therefore need to be put in a situation where health issues can be prevented, not only treated. Let me give you a few examples of what I'm talking about. Think about mental health. Around 1.1 billion people are living today with a mental health condition, and suicide remains the third most significant cause of death among young people. These figures are not just alarming. They show a collective failure when it comes to prevention. Switzerland is committed through international cooperation to work for integrated services close to where people live in order to promote early detection and rapid intervention. Another issue, the link between health and climate. This is also an urgent challenge for us all. Climate change is not some kind of risk out there in the future. It is a current systemic risk. We can see it today in terms of tangible, devastating impacts on health. At global level, WHO forecasts 250,000 additional deaths per year between now and the year 2030 as a result of climate change. This relates in particular to malaria, flooding or malnutrition. Low-income countries and SIDS are those that are suffering the most serious health consequences of climate change. Acting on the environmental determinants of health means being involved in prevention on a grand scale. This is something that is humanist, and it's something we are fully committed to. Through the ATACH Alliance of WHO, Switzerland is very committed to work in this area. We're also involved in international environmental processes. In both of these areas, we're thinking in the same way. Investing now, investing upstream, costs less in the long term, saves lives and better protects future generations. Those generations are represented right here. I can see that many delegations include youth delegates. It is vital not only to let them speak, but also to listen to them, to establish a genuine dialogue with them, because we cannot build the future without those who will live the future. An initiative has been taken by the Swiss youth delegates, and we have a stand that highlights sustainable commitment of our youth representatives to work in this area, and also shows that there is a global network for all youth delegates, something they've developed for themselves. This is a network that we can all benefit from. And let's bear in mind that young people will inherit the tools and instruments that we are building today. And I'm thinking in particular about AI and about other health-related tools. All of these tools have great potential, but they have to be based on one essential factor: data quality. In order to have robust health recommendations, it's not enough to have piecemeal data or data that is not 100% reliable. AI can only be relevant, only be compelling if its data is reliable, and it can only be as good as its data. When it comes to public health, there is a lot of reliable data out there, but it's not always easy to get access to that data. And we must also recognize that official statistics are not protected from some worrisome trends. And when taken out of context, they can actually erode public confidence and therefore affect the quality of our discussion on these issues. For that reason, we have a shared responsibility. We must guarantee that our data remains reliable, accessible, understandable, and usable. And that's exactly the topic to be dealt with at the side event this afternoon. This topic is a priority for Switzerland. And with that in mind, we intend to contribute to discussion that is already underway within the WHO. Switzerland will also be hosting the Global Summit on AI in 2027. Reliable data is also vital to maintain confidence in scientific knowledge and in the reputation that is held by certain institutions. This requires a culture of cooperation, shared understanding, and shared working with many scientific institutions. For that reason, Switzerland puts the WHO collaborating centres at the heart of its thought in this area. These are the centres that produce, embed and validate scientific knowledge, the knowledge on which WHO's action is based. Recently, we organised an initial dialogue with collaborating centres at national level, and this is something we intend to continue in future. Building on that experience, we invite WHO to organise a further global meeting for collaborating centres in Geneva in 2027, and Switzerland stands ready to provide full support for that process. Ladies and gentlemen, the topic of this assembly, redefining global health, is both a challenge and a promise. A challenge in the face of current crisis, and a promise given our ability to act together in favour of global health. Switzerland believes in WHO and in the strength of multilateralism. In conclusion, I'm delighted to invite you to the Swiss reception that will be held in the WHO building from 6 p.m. onwards. You'll be able to taste some Swiss delicacies, but you'll also have a chance to continue exchanging views in a friendly atmosphere. I hope it'll be friendly, and I'm already looking forward to greeting many of you at that reception. I wish you productive work at this assembly, and I hope that it will meet your expectations and your very valued commitments. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Many thanks, Federal Councillor. Before we proceed further with the statements from our high-level guests, I should like to invite a cultural performance from the Ghana Traditional Dance Assembly. You have the floor.
They went ahead of us. Muchas gracias.
Thank you to the Dance Assembly of Ghana for that energetic performance. It's my privilege now to invite our special guest of honor, His Excellency, President of the Republic of Ghana, John Dramani Mahama, to address the Assembly.
Thank you very much. That was a pleasant surprise for whoever organized that cultural dancing. That is a group from Ghana. Your Excellency Elizabeth Baum-Schneider, Federal Councillor of the Swiss Federation, Dr. Victor Atala Lajam, President of the 79th World Health Assembly, Dr. Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus, Director General of the World Health Organization, Honorable Ministers of Health, Heads of Delegation, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. We meet at the 79th World Health Assembly amid uncertainty, shifting global geopolitics, and deliberate assaults on the world's multilateral system have created doubts about the trajectory of global health cooperation and reform. 6 years after the last global pandemic, COVID-19, the World Health architecture is changing rapidly. Overall, humanitarian assistance is reported to have declined by 40%, and some of the largest Western economies have significantly cut their overseas development assistance. The World Health Organization's budget has been gutted by the withdrawal of U.S. assistance, forcing the organization to scale down programs and undertake steep staff retrenchments. In Ghana, health financing from bilateral and multilateral partners has significantly decreased since 2025. Ghana lost $78 million in health funding following the closure of U.S. aid programs. This money went mainly into malaria programs, maternal and child health, nutrition, HIV/AIDS programs, including testing and delivery of antiretroviral drugs. In South Africa, the abrupt withdrawal of PEPFAR funding has shut clinics, terminated gender-based violence programs, and left 1.4 million people living with HIV uncertain about their treatment continuity. And we're told that by 2030, 9 million preventable deaths could occur due to these shifts. It is estimated that the direct consequences of this aid suspension could push about 5.7 million Africans into poverty by the end of 2026. It is this gloomy outlook for the future of global health that prompted the convening of the African Health Sovereignty Conference, famously known as the Accra Reset, in August last year. It is against this backdrop that we meet at the 79th World Health Assembly. These troubling statistics are known, and we're not here to lament or wring our hands over them. We're here, among others, to decide whether the architecture we supervise is still fit for purpose. We're here to discuss how we can continue to save lives even in the face of adversity. And I stand here before you today in the second year of my new tenure as president, mindful that the mandate given to me by my people is not merely to administer, but to transform their lives. I come from a continent that has too often been the subject of global health policy rather than its author. Today I speak to you as one of the advocates of the Accra Reset Initiative, a movement born from the conviction that the old paradigms of dependency must give way to a new era of health sovereignty. These cuts in humanitarian assistance and ODA, as painful as they are, serve as the final clear signal that the old system of donor dependency is past its sell-by date. We're witnessing the end of an era, and we must have the courage to build the next one. We're contending with an international architecture that was under strain long before these cuts even occurred. We have more global health organizations than ever, and yet country-level fragmentation has worsened. We do not come to Geneva to mourn the past. We come to build a future where a country's health is not a byproduct of charity, but a result of sovereign capability. This desire to take our health destinies into our hands imposes important responsibility on us as African leaders. We must see health spending as an investment rather than just a social obligation, because a healthy population is indispensable to economic progress. As an advocate for African health sovereignty, I'm obliged to demonstrate this practically at home. And so in Ghana, we have moved beyond rhetoric to implement calculated, aggressive policies that place the citizen at the center of the clinical encounter. With one of the more successful national health insurance schemes in Africa, Ghana has an insurance coverage estimated at 66% as at the end of 2025. This still leaves about 34% of our population without coverage. Besides, the NHIS has been focused principally on curative care with very little attention to preventive care. To mop up the remaining population not covered by the NHIS, we have recently successfully begun implementing our free primary health care program. By removing financial barriers to the most basic and essential services at the rural level, we've ensured that our citizens in the remotest regions of our country also enjoy access to quality health care on par with their urban counterparts, with an eye on preventive care. And we're grateful that the WHO, led by Dr. Tedros Ghebreyesus, was among the first to congratulate us on achieving this significant milestone. Thank you, Tedros. We have revitalized our national health insurance scheme, the NHIS. By removing the cap on the health insurance fund, we immediately freed up an additional 3 billion Ghana cedis, equivalent to $300 million for healthcare investment. We've also streamlined national health insurance scheme operations by eliminating bottlenecks, utilizing digital tools, including AI, to detect fraudulent claims, and most importantly, prioritizing prompt refunds to service providers. Because a health insurance scheme is only as strong as the trust between the state and the hospitals that provide the care. By ensuring our providers are paid on time, we ensure that our citizens are treated with dignity. We've also confronted the rising tide of non-communicable diseases by launching the Ghana Medical Trust Fund, also known as Mahama Cares. This fund is a lifeline for those suffering from non-communicable diseases, cardiovascular conditions, cancers, liver disease, and renal failures that were previously a death sentence for the poor. Mahama Cares is ensuring that specialized high-cost care is not a privilege for just a few, but is a right for all. Ghana, I'm also happy to report, is on track to exit Gavi funding for vaccines by the year 2030, and we hope to transition into a donor in the not-too-distant future. These domestic achievements are the foundation of my leadership of the Accra Reset Initiative. Ladies and gentlemen, this Assembly is set to consider a proposal for joint process to reform the global health architecture. Ghana, having co-chaired the working group for the Lusaka agenda, welcomes this. But as a committed apostle of reform of the World Health Architecture, I'm concerned about whispers I have heard that the current draft resolution seeks to protect existing organizational mandates and prohibit the recommendation of mergers or consolidations. In Mali, the Dogon people warned that do not let the sight of those eating roasted maize force you to cook your maize seeds. If we launch a process of reform that is prohibited from recommending actual reform, we are merely performing a ritual. We cannot prioritize institutional comfort over human survival. The WHO's legitimacy is not served by protecting silos. It is served by a fearless analysis of what works. When I hosted Director General Tedros, President Obasanjo, and many others in Accra in 2025, we firmed up a vision for health sovereignty. To us, sovereignty is the practical capacity to finance core functions predictably, regulate quality at the regional level, and produce critical inputs locally. A continent that manufactures less than 1% of its vaccines while carrying 25% of global disease burden is not sovereign, it is vulnerable. It is at best a ward of the international system. And by sovereignty, we do not mean isolationism. We're advocating the practical capacity of a nation to finance its own core functions, regulate its own quality, produce its own medicines, and govern its own data. Ministers of health in the Global South often spend more time writing donor reports than designing and fixing primary health care. This is a system that has confused the multiplication of institutions with the multiplication of impact. So to move beyond rhetoric, the Accra Reset, supported by a Presidential Council of Leaders from the Global South, is implementing 3 operational pillars. The first is the High-Level Panel on Reform. This is an independent body of global experts scrutinizing the global health architecture. The second is the Reform Interlock and Observatory. It's a coherent mechanism to ensure that the strategies of the WHO, Gavi, and the Global Fund don't clash on the desk of a district health officer in rural Africa. They must be in sync. And there is HING, we call it HING, that is Health, Investment, National Gateway, and Enablers. This will serve as the operational engine that converts political will into bankable, executable investments in local manufacturing and bioinnovation. In Ghana, we're leading by example. Our 2026 budget committed 34 billion Ghana cedis, equivalent to $3.4 billion to health and expanded coverage to 20 million people. We're not lecturing from theory. We're building the evidence of what a sovereign health system should look like. And as I prepare to join Thank you. And as I prepare to join many of you at our side event later today to discuss health sovereignty in depth, I leave this assembly with 3 requests, 3 asks. First, let us not let reform be a ceiling. If we are to fix the system, we must be brave enough to look at institutional mandates and mergers without fears. Second, let us invest in execution. The world does not need more communiques. It needs deal rooms, local factories, and resilient supply chains. And third, let us measure success by the clinic, not the conference. The only metric that matters is whether a child in the Global South has a reasonable chance of survival as a child in the Global North. Colleagues, the old global health order built in the aftermath of a different century is tottering. But a new order is rising. And this will be an order that is defined by agency, not aid, by partnership, not paternalism. And it is being built for the mother in the Global South, who, even as we speak this morning, will be delivering her child under the light of a lamp tonight. In Africa, we have a saying that one who plants the tree does not always sit in its shade. The reforms we are discussing today are for the generations we may never meet. And yet let our seriousness today be the shade they will rest in tomorrow. And so on this note, I thank Dr. Tedros and the WHO for your leadership, and I thank you to be a special guest at this assembly. I thank you for your partnership.
Muchas gracias.
Many thanks, Your Excellency. I have the honor to invite His Excellency President Emmanuel Macron, President of France, to make his remarks.
Vamos a mover.
Well, let's proceed and move to our next speakers. I have the honor to invite the President of the Syrian Arab Republic, His Excellency Ahmed al-Shara, for his remarks.
In the name of God, most gracious, ever merciful, Your Excellency Dr. Tedros, Director General of the World Health Organization, Your Excellencies and Highnesses, ladies and gentlemen, I speak to you today from Damascus at a moment when the world faces challenges that demand a shared international will, one that places human health at the forefront of priorities and lays the foundation for a safer and more just future. Our participation in the proceedings of the 79th session of the World Health Assembly affirms that Syria, as it moves forward with confident steps on the path to recovery, is today playing a pivotal, active role in shaping sustainable regional and global health security. Our vision is rooted in the principle of human health first as a sustainable national objective. Guided by this vision, we are working to rebuild our health system as a robust safety net that guarantees justice and inclusiveness for every citizen and whose services extend across the entire Syrian geography. As your esteemed Assembly places the strong link between climate change and health at the forefront of its priorities, Syria's reconstruction journey is laying the foundation for a sustainable environmental and health reality that safeguards the security of future generations. And because human stability is the essence of sustainability, we have committed nationally to closing the chapter of displacement camps by 2027. We see this goal as a practical embodiment of the Global Action Plan on Climate and Health. The primary path to protecting people from climate impacts lies in ensuring their return from fragile environments to the embrace of stability, safe living, and human dignity. Ladies and gentlemen, the major challenges we have faced and which we are overcoming today with steadfastness have endowed our country with a resilience that makes it a fundamental pillar of global health security. We move forward in our national endeavor, drawing strength from the will and drive of our people and from the competencies of Syrians around the world who represent a national asset and a genuine partner in building their homeland integration with international partnerships and fruitful global cooperation. In this spirit, Syria is present today to establish constructive partnerships based on the exchange of expertise and resources to serve human health. We extend our hands to offer our experience as added value in this shared humanitarian endeavor. Thank you for your attention. From Damascus and from the people of Syria, we extend to you all the appreciation and peace.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Excellency. I have the honor to now invite the Prime Minister of Barbados, Her Excellency Mia Mottley, for her remarks.
What does it profit the world to win the argument and lose the people? The argument over who pays, the argument over who waits, the argument over whose suffering counts and whose can be deferred. Dr. Tedros, my brother and Director General of the World Health Organization, Your Excellency John Dramani Mahama, my dear brother, President of Ghana, Ministers of Health, distinguished delegates, friends. We meet when the world must decide what kind of civilization it intends to be. Wars have stretched supply chains. Climate events arrive with less warning. Development assistance is being cut when need is rising. Misinformation regrettably travels faster than medicine, while families wait too long for ordinary care. So I ask again, what does it profit the world to win the argument and lose the people? A virus does not respect a passport. A hurricane does not ask the size of your GDP. Antibiotic resistance ignores income. The health of one is bound up in the health of all. We learned that during the last COVID-19 pandemic. Global health security cannot be a slogan we polish in crisis. It must be a permanent covenant, predictable, financed, and yes, fair. The pandemic agreement was an important step. This assembly must finish the work that gives it meaning, fair access to pathogens, data, vaccines, diagnostics, and treatments. Equity cannot be an appendix to security. My friends, equity is security. For small island developing states, this is lived existence. In Barbados, we have said that health is not only what happens in a hospital ward. It happens in the household, in the school, in the supermarket, the workplace, in the atmosphere itself. We can measure the acceleration of the climate crisis with precision. However, we struggle to change the habits that effectively take our people from us through diabetes, hypertension, heart disease, cancers, and of course, mental distress. This is why the Bridgetown Declaration on NCDs and mental health was never merely a Caribbean document. It was a warning and a roadmap. Climate, debt, commercial determinants of health, mental health, and non-communicable diseases are all one story, carried in the bodies of our people. So again, I ask, what does it profit the world to win the argument and lose the people? Barbados is not waiting to be rescued. We cannot afford to. We have invested in people and science. Our Best dos Santos Public Health Laboratory has been recognized as a WHO National Influenza Center, and it proves that small states can meet global standards. We're building pharmaceutical manufacturing capacity out of necessity, building on what we had from the 19th century as an initial pharmaceutical fill and finish firm. Supply chain resilience begins when we stop accepting dependency as our destiny. My friends, small states are not asking for pity. We're asking for a system that recognizes reality. Vulnerability is not measured by income alone. Fiscal space must be judged alongside climate risk, debt burden, disease burden, and yes, the cost of survival. The Bridgetown Initiative taught the world that development finance must be redesigned for the century in which we live. The same is true for health financing. Emergency money must move with the speed of emergency. The WHO must not be asked to protect 8 billion people on planet Earth on the basis of uncertain contributions and political mood swings. My friends, declarations will not heal a child. Speeches will not train a nurse. Resolutions will not stock a pharmacy. And indeed, hospitals cannot be built with short-term capital. What will make a difference is implementation. Let this World Health Assembly choose cooperation over fragmentation, science over suspicion, facts over fiction, and solidarity over short-term self-interest. I started with the question, what does it profit the world to win the argument and lose the people? Here is the answer. It profits us nothing. No one nation will be safer. Not one economy will be stronger. And above all else, not one child will be healthier. Our task, therefore, is not to win the argument. Our task is to save the people. Let us act with that courage. Let us finance that courage. And let us build a multilateral system, imperfect as it may be, that remains our best hope for a healthier safer, fairer world. It is not beyond our capacity. We know how to do it, and we shall do it with those who are ready. Let us to the task move. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Excellency. I have the honor to invite the Secretary General of the United Nations, His Excellency Mr. Antonio Guterres, to give his remarks.
Excellencies, dear colleagues, I send warm greetings to the 79th World Health Assembly. This annual gathering is a vital opportunity for member states to align and accelerate efforts to address global health challenges. Challenges that have rarely felt more daunting. Over the past year, cuts to bilateral and multilateral aid have disrupted health systems and widened inequalities. Clinics have closed, health workers have lost their jobs, prevention, surveillance and care have been weakened. Lives have been cut short. Meanwhile, the World Health Organization has reprioritized and recalibrated while continuing to deliver for member states, preserving core functions while providing technical leadership, operational support, and a trusted convening space, delivering urgent health support within multiplying humanitarian emergencies, and looking to health challenges on the horizon. From the need to expand universal health coverage to the effects of climate change on people's health, to your discussions on pandemic preparedness, including the pathogen access and benefit sharing annex. WHO stands at the center of our global health architecture. It must be strong and independent, with ample and sustainable financing. This Assembly's work is critical for global health security and the promise of health for all today and tomorrow. I thank all Member States for your leadership, commitment and partnership for a healthier, safer and fairer world. And I wish you a very successful World Health Assembly.
Muchas gracias.
Many thanks, Mr. Secretary General. I should like to express my sincere thanks to all of our guest speakers for honoring us with their presence and for their video statements. It's my great pleasure now to invite the Director General of the World Health Organization, Dr. Tedros, to give his remarks.
This room is very majestic. We came back, I think, after how many years? 6 or 7. Your Excellency John Mahama, President of Ghana, Your Excellency Elizabeth Boume Schneider, Federal Councillor of the Swiss Confederation, President of the 79th World Health Assembly, Dr. Victor Atala Lajem, the UNOG Director General Tatiana Valoyova, Excellencies, Honorable Ministers and Heads of Delegation, dear colleagues and friends. Good morning and welcome. And my thanks to Your Excellency, Councillor Boume Schneider, for your warm welcome and for Switzerland's continued hospitality in hosting WHO and the World Health Assembly. My thanks also to Your Excellency, President Mahama, for honoring us with your presence and for your inspiring message today. Thank you for your leadership over the past year, especially in launching the Accra Reset at the Africa Health Sovereignty Summit in August, where I was honored to join you. And also would like to thank the President of Syria, the Prime Minister of Barbados, and our Secretary General for their messages today. This time, last week, I was in Spain, where we had just completed the successful disembarkation and repatriation of the passengers aboard the MV Hondius. I thank His Excellency Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez and Minister Monica Garcia Gomez, who is with us today, for their outstanding leadership and partnership in response to the hantavirus outbreak. Muchas gracias, Minister. And His Excellency Prime Minister Sanchez will join us in the afternoon and look forward to welcoming him. And as you know, yesterday I declared a public health emergency of the international concern over the Ebola outbreak in the Democratic Republic of the Congo that has already spread to Uganda. I will say more about both outbreaks, hantavirus and Ebola, in my address to Member States this afternoon, which is the technical report which I will in the afternoon. These two are just the latest crises in our troubled world. From conflicts to economic crisis to climate change and aid cuts, we live in difficult and dangerous and divisive times. As you all know, WHO has itself been through a difficult period as a result of sudden and steep cuts to our funding. Many people, as a result, have questions about the impact of those cuts for the future of WHO, and they want to know what's going on. And today, I want to address those concerns by telling you what we have done, what we are doing, and what we will do to build a stable and resilient WHO and secure its future. In fact, the work did not begin last year. It began 9 years ago when we started the WHO transformation, the most ambitious reform agenda in the organization's history, because we knew such a scenario could happen. And there are dozens of ways in which WHO has transformed and continues to transform to meet the changing needs of member states. Today, I would like to highlight just three among a long list of changes we're trying to make, just three. The changes we made to our core normative and technical functions, the changes we made to our work in emergencies, and the changes we made to our financial model. I will also update you on our restructuring and our work on reform of the global health architecture. First, our core mandate: science, data, norms, and standards, as some say, WHO's bread and butter. Prior to 2019, the way WHO developed normative products was fragmented, with limited quality control or overview. So for the first time in the organization's history, we established a new science division, led by the chief scientist as a new executive position, to consolidate and strengthen WHO's normative and technical work. By the way, this work is going to help the organization, because we are saying, and many of you are saying, WHO should focus on its core mandate, and this is the core mandate. We have strengthened our evidence generation processes and aligned pre-qualifications of medical products with the introduction of living guidelines. For example, in the past, WHO would pre-qualify medicines and only then develop guidelines on their use. The process was disjointed and could take years. Last year, WHO pre-qualified the groundbreaking drug lenacapavir for HIV prevention at the same time as we developed the guidelines in just 8 months. But we also want to make sure that WHO doesn't just produce technical products that sit on a shelf, but that are put to use. So since 2024, we opened the WHO Academy in Lyon, France, which now offers over 400 courses in 23 languages, reaching over 120,000 learners so far. We're also leveraging the network of over 800 WHO collaborating centers, as the Federal Councillor had said earlier. We established the World Health Data Hub to consolidate our fragmented data and analytics capacities. We're investing in a modern data backbone, including an AI-powered single-point discovery for data, statistics, and knowledge products. We continue to modernize interoperability standards, including ICD-11, which is accessed 4 million times daily in 15 languages. And to support countries to harness the power of digital technologies and artificial intelligence for health, we established a dedicated department at headquarters with focal points across all 6 regions. The second major area of change came with the COVID-19 pandemic, which exposed many gaps in global health security and taught us all many lessons. And based on the gaps we identified, I will focus on 6 today, we're changing. And first, we saw the world needed enhanced capabilities to identify and respond to threats faster. So with support from Germany, we established the WHO Hub for Pandemic and Epidemic Intelligence in Berlin. Second, the pandemic exposed deep inequities in access to vaccines, diagnostics, and therapeutics. So we established the Access to COVID-19 Tools Accelerator, including COVAX, followed by Interim Medical Countermeasures Network. We also set up the mRNA Technology Transfer Hub in Cape Town, South Africa, which is now sharing technology with research centers in 15 countries. And the WHO Biomanufacturing Workforce Training Initiative in the Republic of Korea, which is supporting countries to build the workforce they need with the skills they need for local manufacturing. Third, to strengthen national capacity, together with the World Bank, we established the Pandemic Fund, which has so far disbursed $1.4 billion in grants to 128 countries. We also established the Universal Health and Preparedness Review, a peer review mechanism to build national capacity and enhance accountability. And fourth, to improve coordinated global sharing of pathogen materials, we established the WHO BioHub here in Switzerland, again, as Federal Councillor said, which has now shared 165 samples. And fifth, to enhance emergency workforce capacity, we established the Global Health Emergency Corps, which recently ran its second simulation exercise, involving 600 health emergency experts and 25 partner organizations from 26 countries and territories. And six, we recognized that we needed to reform the governance of global health security to bring everything together into a cohesive whole. At this assembly, 2 years ago, member states adopted a set of amendments to the international health regulations. And last year, you adopted the WHO Pandemic Agreement, a landmark instrument of international health law. The final remaining piece of the puzzle is the pathogen access and benefit sharing system, as has been said earlier by previous speakers, the PABS Annex. Of course, we had all hoped that negotiations would be completed in time for PABS to be adopted at this assembly. It hasn't happened yet, but I am confident it will, and I thank member states for their commitment to continuing negotiations and seeking consensus, which I have no doubt you will find and address the last piece of the puzzle. The third major area of transformation, and arguably the most significant, is the historic change we are making the way WHO is financed. As they say, the economy is stupid, in terms of independence and avoiding shocks like now, it's the finance model stupid, which is central. When WHO was established in 1948, its only source of funding was from assessed contributions, the membership fees that countries pay. Voluntary contributions were introduced in the 1950s, but initially represented only about 20% of WHO's base budget. By 2017, that proportion had flipped. Assessed contributions accounted for only 20%, even sometimes low, of the base budget, and voluntary contributions accounted for more than 80%. What's more, the majority of voluntary contributions were and remain tightly earmarked for specific projects and programs selected by donors, making WHO vulnerable to shifting donor priorities and geopolitical winds. We recognized this over-reliance on inflexible voluntary contributions from a handful of donors as a major risk 8 years ago. It undermined the organization's independence, impeded its agility, and exposed it to shocks if a major donor were to withdraw or reduce its funding significantly. So, as you remember, together with member states, we designed a set of proposals to broaden our donor base or the revenue source and make our funding more predictable and sustainable. Several member states reduced earmarking and committed to higher levels of flexible and voluntary funding. And we thank these countries for their trust and support. We also established the WHO Foundation to tap sources of funding that we had not accessed before. Most significantly, we proposed a plan to increase assessed contributions from 20% base budget to 50%. In 2022, here at the World Health Assembly, member states approved a plan to increase assessed contributions to 50% of the base budget. Subsequently, they agreed to achieve that target in 5 installments. The first 2 have already happened, and the remaining 3 are due in 2027, 2029, and 2031. We cannot overstate just how transformational this change has been, and will continue to be, for safeguarding WHO's institutional independence and for protecting the organization against shocks like the shock that happened last year. If the first 2 installments had not happened, the impact of last year's funding cut would have been much worse, as you can imagine. Excellencies, honorable ministers, dear colleagues and friends, there are 3 key areas in which WHO has transformed: science, emergencies, and finance, among others. Now, I would like to update you briefly on the comprehensive process of prioritization and realignment that we have undergone in the past 16 months. Although the first 2 increases in assessed contribution cushioned the impact of the funding cuts we faced, they could not insulate us fully. In close consultation with member states, we reduced our program budget and undertook a rigorous analysis of every office and every program. Unfortunately, we were left with no choice but to say goodbye to a large number of dedicated, hard-working colleagues, and I would like to place on record my deep gratitude to all of them for their commitment and service. We have now completed the restructuring process. We have reached a position of stability and are moving forward with purpose and confidence. The crisis actually brought clarity and confirmed that what we have been doing the last 8 years actually is the right road to stability. We project that for the current biennium, 90% of the base budget is funded. However, We recognize that in the current environment, the remaining 10% will not be easy to mobilize. And because the majority of voluntary contributions remain earmarked, we continue to see pockets of poverty in many areas of our work. That makes it essential that Member States fulfill their commitment to approving the remaining 3 increases in assessed contributions and to fully honoring the commitment you made in the investment round. At the same time, the work of reforming WHO to make it leaner and more effective, focused on its core mandate and efficient, will continue. There is always room for improvement. There are always lessons to learn. There are always things we can do better, should do better, and will do better. For us, I would like to assure you that change is a constant, and we will continue to change, not for the sake of change, but for the sake of countries and the people we serve. In some areas, this will require stepping back from work that others are better placed to perform. Because, after all, WHO is only one part of the global health architecture. Over time, that architecture has become increasingly crowded, complex, and fragmented. It's time for a renovation to build a new global health architecture fit for the future. At this Assembly, Member States will consider a proposal for a Member State-led WHO-hosted joint process to reform the global health architecture. Our purpose is not to launch a new initiative, but to bring together the many existing initiatives that have proposed reforms of the global health architecture in part or in whole. That's why we have chosen as the theme for this year's World Health Assembly, Reshaping Global Health, a Shared Responsibility. And this is where the leadership of His Excellency President Mahama has been so decisive in launching the Accra Reset last year. In the past year, many countries have experienced severe disruptions due to sudden and steep cuts in the development assistance. Those disruptions and the damage they caused to the health of individuals, families, and communities were regrettable and avoidable. But they had an intended benefit. They prompted many leaders to say now is the moment to leave behind the era of donor dependency and open a new era of health sovereignty. This is the message of the Accra Reset, and the echoes of Accra are now resounding in Geneva and around the world. Thank you, Your Excellency, for your leadership on this. And you are very clear also in your message today. Every country should be able to depend on other countries for friendship, for solidarity, for support when needed. But no country wants to be dependent. Every country wants equity. Every country wants sovereignty. It's a cliché to say we are at a turning point, a fork in the road. In this case, it's true. This is the moment for change. This is the opportunity to take the road that leads to sovereignty, the road that leads to solidarity, the road that leads to equity. That's the road down which many countries are now walking. And that's the road that WHO is walking with you every step of the way. It's the road that leads to the destination that our founders set 78 years ago, the highest attainable standard of health, not as a luxury for some, but a right for all. I visited Malaysia recently, and I had a meeting with His Excellency the Prime Minister. And one thing I picked up was Malaysia bole bole, Malaysia bole. It means Malaysia can. I think all countries can. And that's what President Mahama showed us in his examples, that it's possible to change, to have a paradigm shift. So bole bole, it's possible, we can. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Se me ha informado ahora que
I'm informed that the Director General would like to recognize the contribution of some outstanding individuals for their exceptional endeavor and commitment to advancing global health. But before he proceeds, I'd like to invite a performance from the Ballet Dominicano in Europe. You have the floor.
país en el mundo, colocado en el mismo trayecto de la noche, colocándose en un inverosímil archipiélago de azúcar y de alcohol, sencillamente liviano, como un ala de murciélago apoyado en la brisa, sencillamente claro, como el rastro del beso en las solteronas antiguas o el día en los tejados.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you to the Dominican Ballet, the Ballet Dominicano en Europa.
Luego, ahora,
Dr. Tedros, may I invite you to present the Global Health Leadership Awards.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's my honor to now invite His Excellency President Mahama and the Director General Dr. Tedros for the award ceremony. Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, President of the World Health Assembly, distinguished delegates, on behalf of the Director General, it's my honor to present the Global Health Awards to 4 individuals who have made outstanding lifetime contributions to global health. First, Dr. Tore Godal of Norway. Dr. Godal's contribution Dr. Godal's contribution to global health is immense. He was instrumental in establishing numerous global health initiatives, including Gavi, CEPI, the Global Fund, Every Woman, Every Child Initiative, the Global Financing Facility, Rollback Malaria, the Medicines for Malaria Venture, and others. In DG's own country, Ethiopia, he conducted groundbreaking research on leprosy when he was director at the Armor Hansen Research Institute, which still awards an annual prize in his name to young Ethiopian researchers. He brought his knowledge and experience to WHO as director of the Special Program for Research and Training in Tropical Diseases, or TDR. In that role, he organized a clinical trial for a drug combination for leprosy that has now become the cornerstone of leprosy elimination efforts. He also organized a huge clinical trial of insecticide-impregnated mosquito nets, which led to a change in WHO's strategy that has saved millions of lives. Now I'd like to invite Dr. Heba Al-Suwaidi of Egypt. Dr. Heba Al-Suwaidi is a visionary leader whose commitment to health, dignity, and social justice has transformed the lives of thousands of people, especially the most vulnerable. From the early days of her humanitarian work, treating the wounded in Tahrir Square, she demonstrated courage, compassion, and an unwavering dedication of patient care. Through her leadership, she has advanced a comprehensive model to burn care that goes beyond treatment to emphasize prevention, rehabilitation, and reintegration. Her work supports survivors not only to recover physically, but to rebuild their lives with dignity, including through access to livelihoods and community inclusion. Dr. Al-Sawaidi's approach shows that health is not only about saving lives, but about restoring hope and opportunity. Dr. Sawaidi. Now it's my honor to invite the third recipient, Dr. Michael Ryan of Ireland, our own Mike. Dr. Ryan has devoted his career to protecting people in the most difficult and dangerous circumstances, bringing science, leadership, and humanity to the front lines of global health emergencies. Dr. Ryan possesses a rare combination of skills and experience from the clinical, the field, and the boardroom. As a former executive director of the WHO's Health Emergencies Program, he guided the world through some of the most complex crises of our time, including COVID-19, several Ebola outbreaks, and numerous humanitarian emergencies. Throughout the pandemic, he combined decisive leadership, technical insight, and authoritative communication. He was also instrumental in shaping many of the initiatives that WHO and member states have put in place in response to COVID-19, including the WHO Pandemic Agreement. He has been and continues to be a powerful advocate for equity, country leadership, and for the dignity of every person affected by crisis. Dr. Ryan, please. Our last awardee for the day is Dr. Marceline Dahl-Regis of the Bahamas. Dr. Dahl-Regis Dr. Dahl-Regis is a distinguished public health leader whose lifelong commitment to improving health has transformed lives across the Americas and beyond. Through her outstanding leadership in disease elimination, she has helped deliver some of the most significant public health achievements of our time. Her work, grounded in rigorous science and strong community engagement, has advanced equitable access to prevention and care. Dr. Dahl-Regis played a pivotal role in leading the Americas to become the first region in the world to be declared free of measles and rubella, a landmark achievement that continues to save lives. She has consistently championed a holistic approach to health and development, recognizing that strong communities are at the heart of sustainable progress. Her dedication, vision, and integrity have inspired generations of public health professionals. Dr. Dahl-Regis, please. Dr. Dahl-Regis. Yeah. Come here. So, Your Excellency and DG, you may take your seats. I'll be inviting so may now invite the awardees for their remarks. Dr. Dahl-Regis first.
Mr. President, Director, your honored guests, distinguished delegates, thank you for this recognition, which I humbly accept on behalf of the many public health professionals, environmental health people, healthcare providers in the Bahamas, the Caribbean, the Americas, and countries around the world, and for my colleagues who serve tirelessly, often in difficult and dangerous circumstances, at great personal sacrifice. Through my journey, I've been guided by exceptional mentors and multidisciplinary personnel whose resilience, compassion continue to inspire me. However, my greatest teachers have been the children, their courage and enduring hope that remind us why our work matters. Working with PAHO, WHO, many global committees, Gavi, international organizations, often tested my resolve, but also strengthened my sense of purpose. The achievements in public health and scientific advancement reflect your leadership, your collaboration, and commitment. You've saved billions of lives, improved quality of life, and protected future generations from devastating diseases. However, urgent challenges remain. Millions, especially those living in conflict zones, still lack access to basic health care. Delegates, we must act now. Our humanity is inseparable from our responsibility to preserve dignity and expand opportunity for all. Cooperation, Madam, cooperation must remain our guiding principle. The future can be brighter, but only if we act with purpose. Therefore, we must talk, not fight. We must expand access to healthcare for all. We must practice human rights, not merely speak about them. Solidarity remains essential, and we have good examples. So, distinguished delegates, in these ever-changing times, we must never grow weary in doing what is right. As we pass the torch to the next generation of public health professionals, let us do so with confidence that they will build a better future than we have known. We've done it before, we can do it again, and do it even better. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Regis. May I now invite Dr. Tore Godal for his remarks, please.
Dear Dr. Tedros, ministers, colleagues, and friends, it is a great honor for me to receive this prestigious award. As you all know, and we have heard today, we are currently experiencing severe resource constraints for global health, and facts and evidence are under serious attacks. I've had the privilege to work with Global Health and WHO for over 55 years. As a scientist, I've been involved in building evidence for policy making. And with your permission, Director General, I will give you two earlier examples of building evidence in resource-constrained situations. Around 1990, we had several studies suggesting that impregnated bed nets protected children from malaria. But the policymakers at WHO refused to make a policy. I got sort of upset. And we therefore arranged in TDR for a randomized control study, putting close to 1 million children under bed nets. We documented in 1996 that it reduced overall child mortality by 20%. Impregnated nets then became immediately policy by WHO, but nothing happened because of lack of financing. In 2000, the Director General of WHO at that time, Gro Harlem Brundtland, convinced the G7 in Japan that the planned AIDS fund should also include malaria and tuberculosis. Then, with the support of the Global Fund, scaling up of bed nets happened, leading to halving of malaria deaths by 2012. A second example is in relation to Ebola. In August 2014, the cases of Ebola in Africa doubled every week. Some of us, including Jeremy Farrar, Marie-Paul Keeney, and Jon Arne Røttingen, thought we needed to develop a vaccine. We selected the one requiring only one dose. But we had only 8,000 doses and a few $1 million available, which shows a ring vaccination strategy to simplify the field work. After 9 months, the independent committee assessing the data asked us to break the code because the protection was statistically significant. Merck took on production and we had a vaccine against the Zaire strain of Ebola. Now, with a different strain epidemic in Africa, it is important the work that is already being invested in by CEPI to actually develop then with the aid of artificial intelligence a pan-Ebola vaccine. I mentioned these two examples of innovative approaches to show how important it is that we, even at resource-constrained times, continue to build the facts and evidence for improving people's health. Thank you again, Dr. Tedros. Amasagnalo.
Thank you, Dr. Godal. May I now invite Dr. Heba Al-Suwaidi.
Hello. It is with deep humility and gratitude that I stand before you today to receive this distinguished recognition from the World Health Organization. My sincere appreciation goes to Mr. Tedros, the WHO Director General, and to the World Health Assembly. Thank you. Special gratitude to Ms. Hanan Balkhi, WHO Regional Director for the Eastern Mediterranean, for her nomination for this extraordinary honor and for your great support. Deep thanks to Dr. Khalid Abdel Ghaffar, Egypt's Minister of Health and Population, for his continuous support. This honor belongs to every member of Ahl Masr family who believed that burn victims deserve not only survival, but dignity, healing, inclusion, empowerment, and a future. Ahl Masr Foundation was established to change the reality of burn care in Egypt and the region. Today, through Ahl Masr non-profit burn hospital, the first and largest in the Middle East and Africa, we are proud to have transformed burn care in Egypt. In only 2 years since opening the hospital, we increased the survival rate of severe burn patients from 20% to 84%, while reducing permanent disability rates from 18% to 10%. We also performed Egypt's first cadaver skin transplantation procedure and helped save lives of more than 20,000 severe burn patients starting from just 3 months old. But our mission goes far beyond medical treatment. At Ahl Masr, we believe burns are not only a medical condition, but a social disease connected to poverty, violence, stigma, illiteracy, and inequality in healthcare access. This belief led us to establish the Ahl Masr Inclusion and Empowerment Center, supporting survivors through education, literacy programs, physical support, and psychological support, and economic empowerment. As part of our outreach program, and in collaboration with the Ministry of Health, we are developing Egypt's first telemedicine model for burn care across governorates with the vision of expanding it nationwide. Today, we are honored to partner with the World Health Organization and the Egyptian General Health Council in developing the world's first national burn management guidelines formulated at the country level. In collaboration with the World Health Organization and Ministry of Health and Population, we are also contributing to shaping the national strategy for burn treatment, prevention, rehabilitation, and care across Egypt for the next 10 years. In parallel, Ahl Masr is advancing towards designation as the first WHO collaborating center for burn care globally, with core mandates focused on training and capacity building, research, health, data systems, and burn prevention. We hope this will mark the beginning of a new global chapter where burn care receives the attention, collaboration, and investment it urgently deserves. Thank you to the World Health Organization for believing in this mission and for recognizing burn care as an essential part of global health equity. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Al-Suwaidi. And last but not least, Dr. Michael Ryan, please.
Excellencies, colleagues, my friends, those of you who know me will understand this. Now the real Mike Ryan can speak. I stand before you today. I'm humbled by this honour. But one thing this journey has taught me is that no achievement in global health or life is ever individual. Every success has belonged to the communities who welcomed us, to the workers who never gave up on the front line, to countries, partners and colleagues who've chosen action and solidarity over inaction and indifference. Thanks to my family, who sacrificed so much that I could do the work I do, to my community and friends who nurtured me, to the Irish state who educated a generation, me amongst them, and to the mentors like Tedros who gave me the opportunity to shine. I've had the privilege of serving in some of the most difficult circumstances imaginable. Outbreaks of Ebola, Marburg, cholera, dysentery, meningitis, polio, SARS-1, COVID-19, multiple disasters and humanitarian crises, where health systems were stretched beyond endurance. In those moments, statistics disappear. What remains are people, frightened families, exhausted nurses, brave community workers, and children whose futures depend on whether we act with speed, determination, courage and compassion. The big numbers we always speak of disappear in the field. The N is not billions. The N is not millions. The N is not even thousands. The N is equal to one. One community, one family, one person, one child. The lessons I learned have been simple. First, health is not a privilege. It is a human right. Second, science matters. Facts matter. Truth matters. Public health cannot function in a world where disinformation spreads faster than disease. And third, and I think most importantly for me, the most powerful asset in any emergency is trust. Trust between governments and citizens, trust between scientists and governments, and between nations themselves. The world today faces enormous challenges: conflict, climate change, displacement, pandemics, failed immunisation, profound inequity and mindless cruelty. Yet, I remain optimistic. I was once accused by a great friend of mine, Tom Grine, of being a pathological optimist. I'm glad to be in that club. Because I've seen extraordinary acts of courage, of kindness, of resilience in every corner of this world. Because I have seen incredible talent, commitment and capability in the so-called South. And because I have seen you all come together and agree on profoundly important global strategies and public health law, like the revised IHR and the pandemic agreements. It is time for WHO, and you, the collective ministers of the world, you are WHO. It's not the technicians, it's not the Secretariat, it's you. And you need to evolve this organisation that was designed 3/4 of a century ago to meet the challenges we face today. We must recognise again those who we truly serve, the people in every community, in every country, in every corner of the world. WHO needs to remain a unique convening, coordination and standard-setting platform, but I believe passionately that it also needs to be highly operational in public health emergency coordination, especially in fragile and conflict-affected settings. And I will never step back from that belief and that position, as I hope you never will either. To the next generation of public health leaders, I say this: stay curious, stay compassionate, and never lose your sense of outrage at injustice. Public health is at its core a commitment to human dignity, human equity and social justice. I accept this award on behalf of every health worker, logistician, laboratory scientist, cleaner, driver, translator, secretary and community volunteer who has dedicated their lives to protecting others. I only wish that my dear friends Aidan O'Leary and Pete Salama were here today. Thank you, Tedros, for your trust, for your shared belief that health for all and health equity is not an aspiration, it is an obligation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ryan. That concludes the award ceremony. I'd like to hand back to the President of the World Health Assembly. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Many thanks, Dr. Tedros. And congratulations to our worthy award winners. That brings to an end the high-level welcome. The General Committee will meet at 12 p.m. in room 12. Plenary is now adjourned and reconvenes in this room at 2:30 p.m. Thank you.
Excellencies, Excelencias, vamos a empezar.
Your Excellencies, let's begin our work. The Assembly is called to order. Please take your seats.
Good afternoon. Excelencias, Director General.
Excellencies, Director General of the World Health Organization, Dr. Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus, Director General of the United Nations Office at Geneva, authorities of the government of the Swiss Confederation, honorable vice presidents of this health assembly representing the different regions of the world, honorable ministers and heads of delegations, especially Dr. Teodoro Herbose, to whom I express my appreciation for his leadership in guiding the work of the Assembly during its previous session. Representatives of international organizations, distinguished delegates, colleagues, and friends. I assume this presidency with a deep sense of historic responsibility and the conviction that health remains one of the greatest instruments of peace, equity, and human dignity that the international community possesses. Thank you for putting your trust in me and the Dominican Republic as part of a community that must recognize a fundamental reality. Global health cannot advance from a place of fragmentation. It can only advance from a place of cooperation, equity, mutual responsibility, and a shared commitment to protecting lives and human dignity. Let me begin by recalling why we are all here today. Somewhere in the world, a mother is holding her child without knowing if she will gain access to diagnosis, treatment, or opportunities. This is a picture that should not be seen in any country and a story spoken in any language, but it does capture a universal truth, which is that health cannot remain an uncertainty or a privilege. It must become a guarantee.
Privilege. It must become a guarantee.
This is the mandate of our era. I will perform my duties as president in the spirit of consensus, close cooperation, and a shared responsibility with the firm conviction that health remains one of the most important spaces for uniting humanity and transforming decisions into actions that can protect lives. We are living in an era of significant challenges, but also one of unprecedented progress. Never before have we had access to this level of science, innovation, and accumulated knowledge, and yet the basic needs of millions of people remain unmet. We must therefore face up to a reality. The challenge before us is not only to make new advances, but to ensure that they reach those who do not yet enjoy the fruits of that progress. The combination of emerging health crises, chronic non-communicable diseases, mental health challenges, climate change, and persistent inequities is putting pressure on our systems. In addition, we're facing an increasingly demanding international landscape requiring us to be more coordinated and results-oriented. In this context, the World Health Organization represents much more than an institution. It is the space in which nations can create joint responses to shared challenges. We must today acknowledge a reality. Health is much more than just health. It is a pillar of global security, social stability, and economic development. We firmly believe that multilateralism, respect, and cooperation are the way to build joint solutions. We must therefore continue strengthening the WHO and ensuring its sustainability, because in an interdependent world, health is also an outcome of trust and cooperation. And this strength will only increase as we enhance alignment between global action and the capacities and realities of communities. Close engagement is essential. In efforts to bring international cooperation closer to communities, the Pan American Health Organization has played a key role in the Americas, supporting our countries in the areas of primary health care, regional public health, and building capacities. I repeat, this closeness is needed now more than ever, because while we discuss solutions at this health assembly, millions of people continue to face preventable diseases and continue to await tangible responses. This reminds us that inequity in health is not just a social injustice, it is also a global risk. We must therefore continue strengthening surveillance, emergency preparedness, and international cooperation, because any weakness in the system will eventually affect us all. Distinguished delegates, among these challenges, there is one challenge that has been overlooked for far too long: mental health. We must acknowledge an unavoidable truth: there is no health without mental health. Mental health affects our societies, youth, and future. We cannot keep delaying our response to this issue, because failure to address mental health in a comprehensive manner jeopardizes the well-being, social stability, and future of millions of people. Mental health must be integrated fully into primary health care, universal health coverage, and public policy. The time has come to combat stigma and build societies where seeking help is a right guaranteed for all. And just as mental health has been neglected for too long, we're facing other challenges that we see on a daily basis, but which are not being addressed with the effort needed. Chronic non-communicable diseases, along with obesity and malnutrition, are redefining our health systems. Obesity has become one of the greatest public health challenges of our time. And this issue cannot be addressed in hospitals alone. Instead, it must be approached in communities by promoting prevention, education, and a new culture of health, because health begins long before people actually enter the system. Furthermore, we must start a conversation that many health systems cannot continue to defer. Cancer, rare diseases, and other high-cost conditions constitute one of the greatest challenges for our systems. Practically every country is facing the same reality. We have increasingly innovative and effective medicines that are at the same time increasingly difficult to sustain financially. It is undeniable that innovative drugs are the result of years of research and strong investment, which explains their high costs when they are brought to market. The time has therefore come to drive a global conversation on pharmaceutical sustainability based on consensus and integration and aimed at seeking solutions, bringing together governments, the pharmaceutical industry, multilateral organizations, insurance, patients, and regulatory authorities to face the growing challenge of high-cost medicines. The WHO can play a key role as a space for global cooperation and coordination, strengthening mechanisms that expand access, enhance trustworthy regulatory frameworks, and promote the responsible use of biosimilars backed by science. We must take steps forward towards more intelligent, collaborative models that are driven by enhanced solidarity in order to strike a new balance between innovation, access, and financial sustainability, with a view to ensuring that scientific progress can continue advancing without compromising the capacity of our health systems to respond. Because in health, we cannot choose between sustainability and access. We must have both. These challenges remind us of another fundamental reality. It is not enough to generate knowledge. What is important is transforming it into coordinated action. Many solutions already exist, but they're not reaching the people who need them in a timely manner. And in global health, responding late and failing to transform knowledge into action both cost lives. It's for this reason that at this Health Assembly, I propose to drive forward the GAP, the GHAP, the Global Health Action Platform. It's aimed at integrating results and aligning knowledge, financing, inventory, technical capacities, and successful experiences to accelerate shared solutions. The intention is not to expand structures, but to accelerate responses and solutions. In global health, sharing knowledge and cooperation is not an option. It is also a shared responsibility. And if there is a cross-cutting element that serves as a determinant of health, it is technology. Technology is one of the most transformative tools for health. It supports early diagnosis, predictive analysis, research, telemedicine, and system optimization. Artificial intelligence and digitalization are redefining health, but they also require us to ask who has access and who is being left behind. We must recognize that a digital health gap is not just a technological gap, it is a gap in access, opportunity, and very often life. Technology must therefore bring health closer, not push it further away. But even in this age of technological transformation, there is something that cannot be replaced, and that is the indispensable human talent. Human talent is the heart of the system. Without the human element, systems cannot function. Our health workers, doctors, nurses, technicians, sponsors, researchers, and support workers constitute much more than just a workforce. They are the embodiment of trust, and they have sustained our systems during pandemics and emergencies and in vulnerable locations, even under pressure, with resilience and human commitment. So an investment in health workers is an investment in sustainable outcomes. They deserve protection, well-being, continued training, and policies that support them in a tangible and sustained manner, because caring for the carers is also a shared responsibility. And if our health workers are the heart of the system, communities are their raison d'etre. We must therefore reaffirm a fundamental notion. Health is a shared responsibility. Yes, it is the responsibility of the state, but it is also the responsibility of individuals, families, communities, and all of society. Health is strengthened in daily life, in how we live, how we eat, how we engage with one another, and how we care for our environment. And this is only possible if we educate, inform, and empower ourselves to take better care of our health. And in our daily lives, we share more than physical spaces. We share ecosystems, we share risks, and we share a planet. We now have a clearer understanding that human, animal, and environmental health cannot be addressed separately. One Health is no longer an academic pursuit. It is a strategic necessity. Pandemics, zoonoses, antimicrobial resistance, and climate change remind us that we all face the same risks, and we must create integrated responses. With this in mind, during my term as President pro tempore of the Council of Central American Ministers of Health, COMISCA, I brought together ministers of health, agriculture, and the environment of the countries of the Central American Integration System to launch and adopt a regional One Health strategy. Against this backdrop, please allow me to briefly share my country's experience. In the Dominican Republic, under the leadership of President Luis Abinader, we have placed health as a national priority with a clear vision: improve the quality of life and increase the life expectancy of our population. This journey led to the Dominican Republic becoming the first country in the Americas to sign up to the Alliance for Primary Health Care in the Americas, promoted by the Inter-American Development Bank, the World Bank, and the Pan-American Health Organization. This vision has already yielded tangible results. And today, the Dominican Republic is a leader in hypertension control through the HEARTS initiative, and it was recognized as such by the World Hypertension League with the awarding of its prize for global excellence in 2025. And although there is still some way to go, this shows that centering systems around people can change outcomes. It improves prevention, it expands access, and it allows systems to respond in a more human and efficient manner. Your Excellencies, today more than ever, health is a pillar of security, stability, and economic development. There is no sustainable development without health. This meeting cannot be just another health assembly. It is time to make more progress in building capacity for coordination and execution, commitment and fulfillment, and transformation of intentions into genuine change. Allow me to return to the picture I began with. That mother and her child know nothing of our discussions, but her life and the lives of millions of people depend on our capacity to act. Global health is not measured in documents, it is measured in lives, and these lives cannot wait. Because if global health has shown us anything, it is that when the world decides to take unified action, it can change the course of humanity. So let us make this health assembly a historic moment for humanity. Distinguished delegates, the work we do in this forum will have an impact on the lives of millions because despite our differences, health is something we all share, and the same can be said for our responsibility. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias. Ahora vamos a seguir con...
Thank you very much. Let us now continue with adoption of the agenda and allocation of items to the main committees. Let us now turn to their proposal, which is the adoption of the agenda and allocation of items to the main committees. Let us first turn to the proposal for a supplementary agenda item, which can be found in document A79-1, Rev 1, add 1.
Recientemente la mesa...
It was recently decided not to add this item to the agenda, and to facilitate our work, I would like to propose to the plenary that we take up this item through a process that we believe was constructive when this issue was raised in previous meetings of the World Health Assembly. This enabled us to hear the various positions and to maintain order and time in the Health Assembly. Therefore, I propose that we structure it as follows. 2 delegations will take the floor for 3 minutes each one in favor of the recommendation that was made by the committee to not include this on the item on the agenda, and other 2 will take the floor for 3 minutes each one against the recommendation made by the committee to not include this on the agenda. Furthermore, in addition to those, I would propose that after the 4 interventions, we will agree based on the discussion not included. But after a 2.2 we can take this in relation to this bill. So allow me to make it clear once again that there will be no additional requests to take the floor. Lastly, I would like to express my appreciation for the cooperation received in the efforts to agree this arrangement in the form I am proposing it today. It has been the subject of extensive consultation in the run-up to the World Health Assembly, and my understanding is that this proposal again has the full support of those most closely involved, as well as the support of member states generally who have, through an informal white paper, been acquainted with it. Given these understandings, given the sensitivities, and given the importance of a predictable and orderly process, I take it my proposal is agreeable to the Health Assembly.
Como no hay objeción, muchas gracias.
Thank you. I would now like to give the floor to the delegate of China.
Mr. President, China supports the recommendation of the General Committee not to include the Taiwan-related proposal in the agenda of the Assembly. First, there is but one China in the world. Taiwan is an inalienable part of China's territory, and the government of the People's Republic of China is the sole legal government representing the whole of China. The question of the participation of China's Taiwan region in the WHA must be handled in accordance with the One China principle as confirmed by the UNGA Resolution 2758 and WHO Resolution 25.1. The DPP authorities in Taiwan have stubbornly adhered to the separatist position of Taiwan independence, which has caused the political foundation for Taiwan's participation in the WHA to cease to exist. China does not agree to the participation of China's Taiwan region in the WHO in any form. It must be pointed out that a few countries have deliberately distorted the relevant resolutions of the UNGA and WHA, falsely claiming that these resolutions do not mention Taiwan. In fact, since the founding of New China in 1949, China's status as a subject of international law has not changed, nor has Taiwan's status as part of China's territory. The government of PRC naturally fully enjoys and exercises all the rights of China in the United Nations. Second, the Taiwan-related proposal seriously violates the basic norms governing international relations based on the purposes and principles of the UN Charter. For their own selfish political interests, separatist forces in the Taiwan region have instigated a few countries to use the Taiwan-related proposal to engage in Taiwan independence activities at the WHO. This constitutes a serious breach of the principles of respect for sovereignty enshrined in the UN Charter, and no country that respects the international rule of law should agree to it. We urge a few countries to immediately stop politicizing health issues and to take concrete actions to uphold the authority and effectiveness of international law. Third, the so-called gap in the international epidemic prevention system is nothing but sheer nonsense. On the premise of conforming to the One China principle, we have made proper arrangements for the participation of China's Taiwan region in WHO technical activities. There is no difficulty whatsoever in technical exchanges between Taiwan and the WHO. The Taiwan-related proposal seriously disrupts the proceedings of the Assembly and the normal work of the WHO. The Assembly has rejected the Taiwan-related proposals for many years in a row. China requests the President to make a decisive ruling, endorse the recommendation of the General Committee, and reject the inclusion of the Taiwan-related proposal in the agenda of the Assembly. Thank you, Mr. President.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, China. I would now like to give the floor to the delegate of Palau. And I'd like to remind delegates that we have 3 minutes on the floor.
Thank you, Chair. The Constitution of the WHO clearly states that the health of all people is fundamental to peace and security. In today's world, marked by emerging zoonotic diseases, evolving COVID-19 variants, and climate-related health risks, global health governance cannot afford gaps. Excluding any capable and responsible partner, including Taiwan, creates precisely such a gap. Taiwan's exclusion from WHO is unjustified and harmful. It weakens global disease surveillance, delays information sharing, and undermines collective preparedness. Taiwan possesses advanced public health expertise, robust healthcare systems, and a proven track record of contributing to international health cooperation. Its meaningful participation would strengthen, not disrupt, the global health system. Let me be absolutely clear on one critical point. UNGA Resolution 2758 and WHA Resolution 25.1 do not mention Taiwan, do not determine Taiwan's status, and do not authorize another government to represent Taiwan in the UN system or in WHO. Any attempt to invoke these resolutions to block Taiwan's participation is a deliberate distortion and misapplication of international law. Such actions are not only legally unfounded, they are detrimental to global health and undermine international cooperation. Only Taiwan's democratically elected government can represent its 23.5 million people. No government has ever governed Taiwan, and Taiwan has always governed itself. Therefore, no government has the right to speak on Taiwan's behalf in international organizations. Taiwan remains a force for good. During the COVID-19 pandemic, Taiwan has supported partner countries in strengthening health systems, including through smart healthcare cooperation and capacity building initiatives. From 2009 to 2016, Taiwan participated in WHA as an observer. That pragmatic arrangement proved that inclusion is both possible and beneficial. This is not a political issue. It is a public health imperative. In line with the principle of health for all and SDGs, no one should be left behind, especially not Taiwan. In conclusion, my position is very clear and unequivocal. The WHA must invite Taiwan to participate as an observer and support its meaningful participation in all WHO meetings, mechanisms, and activities. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. I'd now like to give the floor to the delegate of Pakistan.
Thank you, Mr. President. My delegation has closely followed the debate on this important issue at the General Committee earlier, and we support the recommendations of the General Committee in this regard. We believe that there is only one China, that Taiwan is an integral and inalienable part of China, and that the government and the People's Republic of China is the sole legal government representing the whole of China. UNGA Resolution 2758 and WHA Resolution 25.1 provide a clear and solid legal foundation for the WHO to address matters relating to Taiwan in accordance with the One China principle. In this context, Pakistan considers that the Taiwan-related proposal is inconsistent with these resolutions and should not be entertained by the Health Assembly. The World Health Assembly has consistently rejected the inclusion or discussion of similar Taiwan-related proposals over many years. This reflects the broad and sustained support of the international community for the One China principle. Pakistan also believes that this is not a technical health issue and falls beyond the mandate of the World Health Assembly. We therefore urge member states to focus on the technical health agenda before us and to fully respect the One China principle. Pakistan supports the chair in ruling decisively against the Taiwan-related proposal. I thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. I would now like to give the floor to the delegate of Paraguay. Thank you very much, President. The Constitution of the World Health Organization provides that the attainment of the highest possible standard of health is a fundamental right of all human beings. In this context, marred by the resurgence of infectious diseases and new zoonotic threats, the exclusion of any actor with proven capacities is a risk for all of us. Taiwan has proven itself to be a responsible and effective partner in public health, which it evidenced tangibly during the period between 2009 and 2016 when it was invited to participate as an observer in this assembly. During the COVID-19 pandemic, it implemented early detection and response mechanisms, it strengthened its epidemiological surveillance, and it guaranteed the coordinated distribution of medical supplies, and it shared experience and provided assistance to many countries. In addition, it has actively contributed to strengthening digital health systems and to international medical cooperation in various regions of the world. Excluding Taiwan from the WHO and the WHA has created gaps in the international prevention and health prevention and response system, and this limits the timely exchange of epidemiological information and hampers international technical cooperation at a time when global coordination is more necessary than ever. Paraguay reaffirms that the principle of universality is one of the fundamental pillars that should underpin the functioning and the work of this organization as the lead agency for global public health. No global health system can be considered truly inclusive or resilient as long as there are barriers to technical and scientific cooperation, especially when this means that 23.5 million people are left out of the global health security system, and that the international community cannot fully benefit from the experience and capacities that Taiwan can contribute to global public health. It's for this reason that my delegation reaffirms its clear, strong, and decisive position. Taiwan should be invited to participate in the World Health Assembly as an observer and to meaningfully join in the meetings, mechanisms, and activities of the WHO. Thank you, sir.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Now that we have heard 4 interventions on this subject, I take it that the Health Assembly accepts the recommendation of the General Committee, the Assembly, not to include the proposed supplementary agenda item on the agenda. I see that is the case. Accordingly, the recommendation of the General Committee is therefore approved. Before proceeding further, I should express my appreciation for the understanding and cooperation of all member states in the orderly and predictable handling of this item, which furthers the good order and effectiveness of the Health Assembly and the principles enshrined in the Constitution of the World Health Organization.
Pasemos ahora a la propuesta.
Let us now turn to the proposal for a supplementary agenda item, which can be found in document A79-1, revision 1 and 2. This was a proposal that the General Committee met and recommended including this item on the agenda. Is the Health Assembly ready to accept the recommendation of the General Committee to include the proposed supplementary agenda item on the agenda?
Yes, Iran is asking for the floor.
Cedemos la palabra.
We now give the floor to the delegate of Iran.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Islamic Republic of Iran rejects the politically motivated proposal to include an additional supplementary agenda item under the pretext of public health, as reflected in document 79/Rev.1 Add 2 and its draft resolution. This ill-advised initiative by certain countries of the Persian Gulf and beyond represent a clear and unacceptable attempt to misuse the WHO, a specialized technical agency, as an instrument for geopolitical confrontation. The President of the Assembly, in his opening speech, reminded us of giving priority to cooperation and against fragmentation. Just a few days ago, WHO declared Ebola as a public health emergency of international concern. At this critical moment, the organization is confronted with numerous pressing priorities and unfinished agendas: the reform of the global health architecture, the establishment of a fair and equitable pandemic agreement and PAPS system, universal health coverage, antimicrobial resistance, and health emergencies. Yet, these countries have chosen to sideline the health agenda in order to advance their narrow political objectives. The Constitution of WHO defines its mandate as the directing and coordinating authority on international health work. It doesn't include adjudicating political disputes, characterizing conflicts, or issuing selective condemnation brought here from the UN Security Council. By attempting to import one-sided political language into this assembly through a supplementary agenda item, the sponsors are undermining the technical and neutral character of WHO and setting a dangerous precedent that threatens the organization's credibility and effectiveness. The draft resolution contains broad assertion, but lack any credible, evidence-based public health data. There are no verified epidemiological figures, no WHO field assessment, and no independent analysis of health outcomes. Genuine public health concerns must be addressed through impartial technical mechanism, not through politicized resolutions or agenda items. Mr. President, health is not a battlefield for political point scoring. Iran remains fully committed to constructive cooperation with WHO and stands ready to support genuine evidence-based initiatives that strengthen health system resilience for all nations without discrimination or politicization. We request that the matter, that is document 79/Rev1/Add2, be put to a vote. We call also upon all member states committed to preserving the integrity and technical mandate of this Assembly to oppose the adoption of this additional supplementary agenda. I thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. I now give the floor to the delegate of Kuwait.
شكرا سيد الرئيس أصحاب السعادة.
Thank you, Chair, ladies and gentlemen, excellencies. I am honored to speak on behalf of the group of the GCC. Our states, as well as Jordan, have requested a proposal for a supplementary agenda item at the 79th World Health Assembly. And the title of this, well, are public health implications of the unprovoked attacks by the Islamic Republic of Iran on civilians and essential civilian infrastructure. And this is as a result of the direct and non-direct attacks that have been made against civilian infrastructure and essential civilian infrastructure at that, including energy, ports, logistics, transport, as well as health services. The countries of the Gulf Council believe that this will not open into a political discussion, but it will enable the World Health Assembly under the aegis of the WHO to take into consideration the results of the attacks that have been made against health services and systems, as well as the lack of drinking water that has been caused by this, and health supply chains that have been affected, all of which is pertinent to the health and mental health of populations. The developments that have taken place show that social infrastructure work together with essential infrastructure, and any problems that airports face or energy infrastructure can be reflected on health. Health provisions are not reaching the populations, particularly the most vulnerable, and this has regional repercussions and international repercussions. Our region plays an important role in sending energy through the Strait of Hormuz to all parts of the world. All of this has been affected, and so we have had a lack of medicines and tools and diagnostics and health products, particularly in low-income countries. And this is why our countries and of the GCC and Jordan believe that this proposal for a supplementary additional item is of relevance to the World Health Assembly. It should be discussed in order to strengthen and to protect health. This is a part of the health emergencies, the resilience of health systems, supply chains, and global health coverage. Our countries, as well as Jordan, would like this supplementary agenda item to be added to the agenda of the 79th World Health Assembly so that it can be discussed under Committee A. And we ask that member states support the draft resolution through an objective discussion on health results in a general manner. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Quiero
Thank you very much. This item was submitted to an extensive debate recently in the General Committee. And it is our understanding that extending the debate would not add much to this subject. So I would suggest that we proceed to a vote. And if this proposal is agreeable, I see no objections, so we shall proceed to a vote.
Which is the question?
I just got the question.
You can ask who seat 530 if anyone has asked for the floor. You can. There's this seat 5. Oh,
It's gone.
Very good.
It's gone. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. We shall therefore proceed with a vote on this issue to see if there is acceptance of the recommendation for the General Committee to include the agenda item set out in A79-1, Rev 1, Add 2.
Según el artículo 73 del reglamento,
Rule 78 of our Rules of Procedure provides that the Health Assembly may vote on any matter by a show of hands unless a delegation requests a recorded vote. And there's also a roll call when it is done manually. Based on the decision adopted, this vote shall be done electronically. Are there any questions?
Viendo que no hay preguntas,
I see there are no questions. I shall now.
Q8 is asking for the floor.
veo que
I see there's a request for the floor from Kuwait. We now give the floor to the delegate of Kuwait.
شكرا سيد الرئيس يعني نحن نطالب
Thank you, Chair. We are requesting a vote
sí, exactamente, estamos
Yes, that is exactly what we're proposing, a vote, because there was an extensive debate of this in the General Committee.
Yo voy a ceder a
I will now give the floor to the legal advisor to explain the procedure to be followed.
I think they want to record the vote. Let's see if. So give Q8 a. Oh, okay.
cedo la palabra también.
I will also give the floor once again to the representative of Kuwait.
شكرا سيد الرئيس
Thank you, Chair. We would like a record vote. Thank you. A recorded vote.
You want to do a presentation of the system now? Isn't it the same as?
It's the same as we've used before. Do we need to
Pedimos unos momentos.
Could you just give us a few moments so that we can work out some technical details here at the head table and for the voting system, and we'll get back to you as soon as those issues are sorted out.
Cedo la palabra al asesor jurídico para que
I'd like to give the floor to the legal advisor for him to explain the procedure to be followed.
With the voting, we need to do a short demonstration test and show how it works within the room. You should see a green light. If you do not see a green light in front of you, please signal this to the President by raising your nameplate. So we are running a short test on the system to make sure everyone can vote. Please check and see if you see a green light in front of you. If you do not see a green light on the system, please raise your nameplate so that we can be aware of this. And there are many, many of you who do not have a green light. In fact, nobody seems to have a green light. Okay.
Let's do it manually.
In that case, we'll check with the IT people. We'll wait 2 minutes and we'll come back to you. Thank you very much for your patience, ladies and gentlemen. I do promise once we get going, this will save us time. But for the time being, we have reset the system. We are now running another test. So please check and see whether you can now see a green light on the panel in front of you. And if you can't see a green light, please raise your country nameplate.
One down there.
So we have.
And the same one from before.
So there are a few, two I see, who are raising their flags.
Behind there is the China.
So please keep your nameplate raised if you still can't see your green light, and an usher will come to you and check the position. Greece. So I see China, Yemen, Greece, Zambia, Belarus. And Zimbabwe. So please be patient. We'll have a technician with you shortly
They have it up there
to check.
behind us.
So just so everyone is aware, this is a test. This is not the vote. Can I ask if everyone who raised their flag has since been visited by a technician and can see the green light? I see Yemen still needs a technician, please. And, sir, I can't see your flag. Algeria.
Where? Belarus still? No.
Okay, I do need to explain that it's only those countries which are eligible to vote which will see a green light. So if you're one of those countries which have your voting rights suspended, the light will not go green in any event. So that may be the reason one or two of you are not seeing a green light. Thank you very much for your patience, ladies and gentlemen. We, I believe, are now all set, having gone through that test, and we can proceed with the vote. In accordance with Rule 73 of the Rules of Procedure, this is a recorded vote and it will be conducted through electronic means. In a recorded vote, the vote of each member state is recorded. Before the voting begins, delegations are invited to identify which of their members will cast the vote for their delegation, and in this regard, for votes in plenary, only the chief delegate, the delegate, or an alternate may cast the vote on behalf of the delegation. As soon as the voting is opened, as you've seen, you will be invited to press green if you wish to vote yes, press the red button if you wish to vote no, and the blue button if you wish to abstain. Once the President declares the vote open, you will have 1 minute, 60 seconds to cast your vote. A timer will show on the large screen, and once that 1 minute has expired, the President will close the voting. Please note that you can change your vote during that 1 minute window. You can do this simply by pressing the new vote of your choice. However, once the minute has expired, of course, it will no longer be possible to change your vote. Those delegations that for whichever reason do not cast a vote will simply be recorded as absent. After the voting has closed, the President will then announce the results of the vote. In accordance with Rule 75, the vote of each member state participating will be inserted into the record of the meeting. And I would like to recall that delegations that wish to make brief explanations of vote after the vote will be given that opportunity to do so after the results have been announced. And I would also like to recall that once the beginning of voting has been announced, no one may interrupt the voting except on a point of order connected with the actual conduct of the vote. I would now like to read the names of those countries which are registered for this session but which are not entitled to vote, and they are as follows. They are Dominica, St. Lucia, Somalia, South Sudan, Sudan, Venezuela, and Yemen. So those member states will not be able to cast a vote on the system. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Back to you, Mr. President.
¿Alguna pregunta?
Any questions? There appears to be no questions. Voting is now opened.
Where is the timer now?
Come up.
Tengan en cuenta.
Please note that you have 30 seconds left to cast your vote. Thank you.
So now I just stick it up. Declaro.
I declare that the voting is closed.
Quisiera pedir a las delegaciones.
While the results are being generated, I would like to ask delegations to please remain in the room. Thank you.
in terms of the numbers, so they're saying 179.
El resultado de la votación.
The following is the result of the vote. Number of members with the right to vote, 180. Number of members absent, 40. Number of votes in favor, 95. Number of abstentions, 37. Number of votes against, 8. The proposal is therefore approved with 95 votes in favor, 8 against, and 37 abstentions.
Yes.
Should I read this now?
Which is
Por consiguiente, se recomienda.
The proposal is therefore recommended for inclusion in document A79-1, Rev 1, add 2. This will be transmitted to plenary for its consideration. The recommendation to include the supplementary item on the agenda in A79-1, Rev 1, add 2. I now open the floor for explanations of vote.
Cedo la palabra.
I now give the floor to the Russian Federation.
Уважаемый господин
Distinguished Chair, This current unprecedented escalating situation in the Middle East, which is a direct consequence of the unprovoked aggression of the US and Israel against Iran, given the situation, we have consistently and continue to be in favor of the unconditional end to violence and political and diplomatic settlement culminating in a lasting agreement between Washington and Tehran. And we see that our friends from Pakistan has been endeavoring to do this. We must shield diplomacy from any provocation, including bellicose rhetoric and military action, which are capable of undermining an already fragile negotiation, including this agenda item, which is openly against Iran on the agenda of the WHO, does not contribute to supporting such efforts. Russia condemns strikes on civilian infrastructure in the region of the Persian Gulf, but we do not support the imbalanced wording and one-sided accusations against Tehran, which fully ignore the root causes of the crisis. And in this context, we are against politicizing the work of the Assembly. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. We now give the floor to the representative of Kuwait.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Following the recorded voting, and since the recommendation has been approved with regard to this item, on behalf of my country and the GCC countries and Jordan, we would like to profusely thank all the friendly countries for their positive voting to such a pivotal question. Mr. President, we emphasize once again that proposing this item by our countries is not politically motivated, but to avoid any harm and any attack on our country, this specifically to the medical sector and the health sector, which threatens the health system in general. Thank you, Mr. President.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
Para clarificar,
just to clarify, this proposal was approved by the plenary. Thank you.
pasemos ahora.
Let us now move on to turn to the adoption of the agenda itself. The General Committee recommended deleting the following items from the provisional agenda. Item 5, admission of new members and associate members. Item 18.4, special arrangements of the settlement of arrears. Item 18.5, assessment of new members and associate members. And item 18.6, amendments to the financial regulations and financial rules. Am I correct in assuming it is agreed to delete these items?
So we have the Russian Federation wish to take the floor.
Is seat 40?
I don't know what seat 42 is.
Cedemos la palabra al representante de Rusia.
We'll now give the floor to the representative of the Russian Federation.
Chair, on this item, we don't have any objections, but we do have a comment on the agenda. Will you allow me to continue?
Permítame finalizar este.
Allow me to close consideration of this item, and then we'll come back to that item on the agenda if the Russian Federation will indulge us.
I should record this again. Debo entender.
I take it that there is an agreement that we shall delete the items that I just mentioned.
Como veo objeciones.
I see no objections. It is so decided.
Ahora le cedo la palabra.
I will now give the floor to the representative of the Russian Federation.
Distinguished Chair, the Russian Federation does not support the proposed provisional agenda. We would like to draw our colleagues' attention to the unprecedented number of political documents for consideration by the Assembly. countries do not have the opportunity to properly talk about combating communicable and non-communicable diseases. Instead, health ministers are being asked to duplicate the work of the political bodies of the UN. Chair, discussions on WHO's work in different health emergencies and conflicts is something that needs to be consolidated and minimized, and we cannot allow for turning the WHO forum into an epicenter of international political debates. The WHO must not undermine what is taking place in other forums, that is to say, international efforts to support and enhance peace. And so we insist on merging agenda items 14.1 and 14.4. Thank you.
Press the button to see.
Por favor, Ukraine, si presionas el botón.
Ukraine.
Cedo la palabra.
I now give the floor to the representative of Ukraine.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson. Ukraine expresses its strong opposition to the proposal to remove item 14.4 or to join it with other item of the 79th World Health Assembly, as well as any attempt to alter the Assembly's agenda in a manner that concerns or affects Ukraine. This initiative is not about efficiency or streamlining. It is about deliberate international attention, to divert international attention from an ongoing and grave public health emergency. Distinguished delegates, we are witnessing yet another effort by the Russian Federation to obscure the catastrophic consequences of its aggression against Ukraine. Russia continues to systematically destroy Ukraine's medical infrastructure, target hospitals and energy facilities, and kill civilians through attacks that deprive entire communities of electricity, water, and access to essential health services. These are not abstract challenges. They are documented ongoing violations with direct and devastating public health consequences. Ukraine therefore firmly rejects this proposal and calls on member states not to allow the World Health Assembly to be used to hide the consequences of Russian aggression for Ukraine's health sector.
Por favor, Ucrania, pausar.
I'm sorry, Ukraine, if you could pause for a moment, if you would be so kind. We have
of order.
We have a point of order.
Russian Federation.
Russian Federation, Federación Rusa, por favor.
Russian Federation on a point of order, please.
Chair, we need to interrupt discussions that do not pertain to the agenda.
Muchas gracias, Ruth.
Thank you, Russia. We did hear your point of order, so we will now revert to Ukraine and ask Ukraine to stick to the item under discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. I fully stick to the item. So we are firmly against of removing item 14.4 or joining it with other item, because the attempt behind this is only to hide its own aggressive actions towards Ukraine. So nothing is in terms of looking into better, addressing better situation in terms of WHO. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson, and thank you for your leadership.
Viendo que no hay...
I see that there's no consensus on this agenda item. And in view of the request from the Russian Federation on these items, I would like to propose that we proceed to a vote.
Yeah.
Which one? Here? Muchas gracias. Ahora vamos a...
Thank you very much. We will now move to a vote on.
Cedemos la palabra.
I now give the floor to Israel.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Director General. I'd like to relate to the proposal under item 17 that recommends two identical but separate items addressing the same matter. This is not logical and contradicts efficiency and creates unnecessary clutter in the WHA process. It is regrettable that such a decision under item 17 was taken by the General Committee, which is dedicated to streamlining the work of the Assembly and ensuring efficiency. It is also regrettable that the General Committee chose not to include all country-based items under the same one committee.
Por favor, Israel, vamos a...
Please, Israel, we will close out our consideration of the other item under consideration first.
So we'll come to so.
Y volvemos a usted, Israel.
And then we'll revert to you, Israel, once we conclude our consideration of this agenda item. I will now give the floor to Ukraine.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. If I'm not mistaken, the request to put it on voting was not done. So if there was no such request, I invite you to proceed with the agenda as general. Thank you.
Quisiera preguntarle a la...
May I ask the Russian Federation if they insist on their proposal, or can we move on from this agenda item?
Yes, we insist on our proposal and we would like a vote on this matter. Thank you.
Entonces, la...
Right then, so the request for a vote is on the floor, and we shall therefore proceed to a vote.
It's to
La propuesta es fusionar.
The proposal is to merge 14.1 of the provisional agenda with 14.4.
Oh no, you have to read under Rule 73.
Según el artículo...
Under Article 73 of the Rules of Procedure, votes may be done by a show of hands unless a delegation requests a recorded vote or a roll call when done manually. Based on the decision adopted in this session, the voting will be done electronically. I will now give the floor to our legal counsel.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, a vote has been requested on the proposal to merge item 14.4 of the provisional agenda with item 14.1 of the provisional agenda. This vote will be conducted by way of an unrecorded electronic vote, that is an electronic show of hands. I'd like to clarify that in an unrecorded vote, no record is kept of which members have voted in favour of or against the proposal. As was explained in plenary this morning, please be aware that those around you may be able to see how you vote through the lights on the panel in front of you. However, this will in practice not be visible as widely in the room as would have been the case if we were using a physical show of hands involving the raising of nameplates. The image displayed on the screen during the vote will indicate only which countries have voted, and they will not show how each country has voted. This is in contrast to the recorded vote that we held a short time ago. Again, before voting begins, let me remind you that only the chief delegate, the delegate or alternates may cast a vote on behalf of the delegation. And again, as was the case before, once voting opens, please press the green button if you wish to vote yes. That is in favour of the proposal by the Russian Federation. I beg your pardon. If you are in favour of the proposal by the Russian Federation to merge item 14.4 and item 14.1, press the red button if you wish to vote no, that is you are not in favour of that proposal, and the blue button if you wish to abstain. Once the President has declared the vote open, you will have 1 minute to cast your vote. I'd like to recall that delegations wishing to make brief statements consisting of an explanation of vote will be given an opportunity to do so once the vote has concluded. And I would also like to recall that once the voting has begun, no one may interrupt the voting except on a point of order in connection with the actual conduct of the vote. And the list of those members who are represented at this session and are not entitled to vote remains the same as it was half an hour ago when we've carried out the previous vote. So those countries will not be able to vote on the system. Thank you very much, Mr. President. We are, yes, so any questions?
¿Alguna pregunta?
Are there any questions? I now give the floor to the representative of Colombia. Thank you very much, Mr. President. We would like to have a clarification on what exactly we're voting on. My understanding is that we want to merge two agenda items. Which ones are they, and what is the significance of merging them so we can properly understand what we're voting on? Thank you.
Thank you very much. The Chair has asked me to clarify in response to the question from Colombia. So the proposal on which we are about to vote is the proposal by the Russian Federation to merge item 14.4 of the provisional agenda with item 14.1 of the provisional agenda. And I will read you the title of those items. Item 14.1 is WHO's work in health emergencies, and item 14.4 is implementation of resolution WHA 75.11, open brackets 2022, close brackets. If that proposal is carried, then what will happen in practice is that there will be no separate item under item 14.4, and instead item 14.1 would encompass WHO's work in health emergencies, and any issues relating to the implementation of resolution WHA 7511 of 2022 would be able to be raised under that item. So that is the implication of what is being proposed. If you wish to vote in favour of that proposal, you press the green button. If you wish to vote against it, you press the red button. And if you wish to abstain, you press the blue button.
¿Alguna otra pregunta?
Are there any further questions? I see there are none. We shall therefore proceed as instructed by the legal counsel. It is so decided. I now give the floor to Ukraine. Representative of Ukraine, please.
Sorry, Mr. President, just to make it clear. So we heard that the proposal is about merging. But just after listening to distinguished legal counsel, so de facto the second part, I mean the 14.4, is disappearing from the text. It's not merging, it's disappearing, and 14.1 is the only one which remains. So while we call all others not to support this proposal, still it is not understandable for us, is it really merging or it is deleting agenda item 14.4. Thank you.
Thank you. So the chair has asked me again to respond. My understanding is that this is a merger, so that would mean that the title of 14.4 and the title of 14.1 would be merged, so that you would end up with the title of 14.1 reading WHO's work in health emergencies and implementation of resolution WHA 75/111/2022, and there would be no separate item under 14.4. That's my understanding of what has been proposed. No doubt I'll be corrected if that's not the case, but that's what I understand us to be voting on. So it would be a merger of the substance and the titles, and that's what the outcome would be. Is that clear? It seems to be.
Parece que así es.
It seems that this is the case, so it is so decided. Therefore, voting is now open.
Tengan en cuenta que les queda.
Please bear in mind that you now have 30 seconds left to cast your vote. Thank you.
Declaro cerrado.
I declare that the voting is closed. May I ask delegations to remain in the room until we compile the results. Thank you.
Tenemos el resultado de los.
We have the results of the voting on the proposal from the Russian Federation to merge 14.4 with 14.1. We have 108 who are entitled to vote, 56 abstentions, and 53 against. So 22 in favor, 56 abstentions, and 53 against. So it is rejected.
53 against.
53 against, I'm sorry, and 22 in favor. Let me repeat. The proposal is therefore rejected by 53 votes against and 22 votes in favor and 56 abstentions. Thank you very much.
So now we'll go where? Si alguna
Would any delegation wish to take the floor to explain their vote?
Ukraine wishes to. Ukraine.
Cedemos la palabra al representante.
I give the floor to the representative of Ukraine.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Our delegation voted against this proposal because, as I stated earlier, this is not about any health initiatives or achieving health standards. It's just an attempt to hide its criminal actions from international attention. But anyway, I'm really very much grateful to everyone who supported Ukraine in this decision to vote against. And for the future, Mr. Chairman, for me it is also important to see kind of equal transparency while we voting for one agenda item and we can see the names who is voting in favor, who is against, and we're voting about another agenda item. And I know that there are reasons could be explained, that it's almost the same as we are showing our hands, but still, in result, it would be more fair to have both votings qualified, I mean, with naming those who is in favor, who is against. But with that, I repeat my gratitude to all those who support Ukraine, who is not leaving us alone in this challenging time. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. May I remind everyone that the objection to a recorded vote is always there. You simply have to request it as you did previously, but since there was no such request, we went directly to the usual voting procedure. Thank you.
Cedo la palabra a Israel.
I now give the floor to Israel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry I intervened too early. It wasn't clear from your from what you were saying that we were only discussing the previous item. So, as I was saying before, the proposal under item 17 talks about two politically motivated items that are identical, that deal with the same issue, but they still are coming up now for the third year running since 2024. And it is unfortunate that the General Committee proposed this, and I'm just saying this is against the efficiency of this organization. It creates unnecessary clutter in the WHA process, and it shouldn't be like that. We are going to be discussing, probably on Wednesday afternoon, two separate items which are the same item, and the General Committee, for some reason, decided to keep them separate. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Muchas gracias. Cedemos.
Thank you. I now give the floor to the representative of Palestine.
Thank you, Mr. President, and very good afternoon to everyone. Just to be clear on what we will discuss, we cannot accept such confusion from the occupying power delegate mentioning same subject on the separate items. This is not true at all. We have a resolution. It was under the emergency on Committee A. We accepted the Palestinians to accommodate our friends, our small delegations like us, to be in Committee B with the decision which is related to the health conditions in the OPT, including East Jerusalem and in the occupied Syrian Golan. It's two different subjects, so do not be confused like the Israeli delegate is trying to do. We will have two discussions separately in the same venue, Committee B, here at the Pali. I thank you.
Muchas gracias.
I thank Palestine. I now give the floor to the representative of Egypt.
Excellency Chair, good afternoon. And I'm just seeking Your Excellency's indulgence. Are we discussing now, did Your Excellency give the permission that we discuss this agenda item? Because as my understanding, the comment made by the first speaker after the voting, it was a bit, I didn't understand exactly. If Your Excellency could clarify whether are we discussing the two resolutions and the two agenda items or not. Over to Your Excellency.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. We were just about to request the committee, the General Committee, sub-items 17.1 and 17.2 be discussed separately in Committee B, and that's what we were going to introduce now, and we're going to ask the Assembly if they wish to proceed accordingly.
Okay, Pakistan. Pakistan and Egypt.
Cedo la palabra.
I now give the floor to the representative of Pakistan.
Thank you, Chair. Pakistan has the honor to deliver this statement on behalf of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, 57 member states. We recall that this matter was duly considered by the General Committee earlier today, which endorsed without opposition the recommendation that these agenda items be considered separately. The OIC's position is clear. These are distinct agenda items established under separate mandates with separate histories and expectations. Their separate consideration is procedurally correct, consistent with the established practice, and necessary to preserve the integrity of this Assembly's mandates. Chair, the delegation that now objects to this proposal did not even have the moral courage to voice their concern at the General Committee deliberations. The OIC rejects the suggestion that this position constitutes politicization. Upholding established mandates and procedures of this Assembly is not politicization. Rather, attempts to alter or dilute them for convenience are what risk politicizing the process. The OIC remains deeply concerned that grouping these items would blur distinct mandates and dilute the focused attention required by situations arising from Israel's illegal occupation. The health conditions in the occupied Palestinian territory, including East Jerusalem and the occupied Syrian Golan, remain grave, urgent, and unacceptable. In this context, the OIC reiterates its firm support for the recommendation of the General Committee. We encourage Member States to uphold the separate consideration of these agenda items. And Chair, just request your indulgence, if the delegate of Israel wants to call for a vote, let them have it. They can have the vote, they will get defeated, but let us all have a recorded vote here. The vote, my delegation on behalf of OIC submits that the vote should be recorded.
Would you please conclude, Pakistan?
Cedemos la palabra.
We now give the floor to the representative of Egypt.
No, thank you, Excellency Chair. As Your Excellency has requested, and as the representative of the occupying power has claimed, for the efficiency of the process and of the work of this committee, I will not repeat the same arguments that has been represented by the OIC representative and with the Palestinian representative. It's just surprising that who calls politicization are the one who are politicizing. We've been, Excellency, we had the same discussion over all the governance meetings. We had the same thing, just waste of time, waste of resources, and still the occupying power doesn't give up. We just repeat the same thing as my colleague, the representative of the OIC, speaking on behalf of 57 countries. We have the same thing. The mandate is clear. I will not repeat what 17.1 says and what 17.2. You have the godfather of the legal sitting on your right. You have the DG of this organization. They can clarify to Your Excellency the big difference. If the representative of the occupying power need to read before he speaks, we need him to read again, and not to accuse us of politicization. We're coming here to discuss the health conditions and the occupying. Okay, I'll respect the time and I'll leave it to you, Excellency. Thank you.
Cedemos la palabra.
We now give the floor to the representative of Israel.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Director General, dear delegates, what is undermined here is the integrity of this organization. And I also am calling out representatives who cannot call my country by name. I'm the representative of the State of Israel. I'm very proud of it. And if countries which have peace with my country cannot say Israel, they have a problem. And I am also asking the representative of the OIC, are you speaking on behalf of all 56 members of the OIC? Two separate items, 17.1 and 17.2, talk about the same thing. Where is the efficiency of this organization? Mr. Director General, these two items need to be together. The General Committee made a mistake. All the members of the General Committee should think very seriously why we are wasting time on two separate items. It's about time we put items together. Thank you.
Cedemos la palabra.
I now give the floor to the representative of Palestine.
Thank you, Mr. President. Briefly, we will not lose our time again. We have a mandate, a clear mandate for the resolution, for the decision. Let's keep the mandate correctly. Let's keep our work within the legal framework of WHO. I thank you. Over to you.
Voy a darle la palabra.
I will now give the floor to the representative of Colombia to move ahead, because we do have to move forward, and they have had an extensive discussion on this in the General Committee already. Colombia now has the floor. Thank you, Mr. President. And so as not to take up too much time in this assembly, I simply would say that we agree and support the state of Palestine.
Le voy a pedir a
I will now call on the representatives of Pakistan and Egypt. I will give them the floor, but since they have spoken before, I would ask that they will take the floor for as brief a time as possible. Thank you.
le damos la palabra al representante de
Representative of Egypt is recognized.
Yes, thank you, Excellency. Yes, I will be very brief. Again, Excellency, I asked your indulgence to request the advice from His Excellency Derek and His Excellency the DG whether or not the two items are a separate mandate or not. I won't be shouting the same as the occupying power of the Palestinian territory, and we're not shouting. And if it's clear for everyone in the room, who's politicizing? It's after all, we have already, as the Palestinian representative, I just remind Your Excellency and everyone here that we have already it was a consensual decision. Who's wasting time? And the time of this General Assembly, it's very clear, it's not us. We can move forward as Your Excellency have guided us. And still, I request the advice from Derek and from His Excellency the DG. What do they think? If they are the same agenda items, let's discuss it. But as Your Excellency mentioned, we need to move forward, and enough wasting of time and resources that the occupying power has been perfectly doing for the past few years in this organization. Thank you, Excellency.
Ahora cedo la palabra.
I now give the floor to Pakistan, please.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. I fully agree with my colleagues who have just mentioned. Let's proceed with the voting. I consider this below my dignity and the dignity of the Organization of Islamic Countries that we speak on behalf of to respond to this country that has just raised a point. If there's a reason, if countries are not referring to them by name, it is very simple. They do not want to refer them by name. Chair, I once again request you to please proceed with voting. Thank you.
So you ask the question again.
Voy a preguntar.
Let me ask once again. The General Committee recommended that items 17.1 and 17.2 be considered separately in Committee B, and there was an extensive discussion of this issue, and that agreement was reached. I would like to ask once again, does the Assembly agree that we proceed in this fashion, considering 17.1 and 17.2 separately?
I see, no veo objeciones.
I see no objections. It is so decided.
Cedemos la palabra a Israel.
I give the floor to Israel.
We object. Thank you.
Quiero decirle a la Asamblea
I should like to inform the Assembly that since we have a special guest at 5 p.m. and we don't have a great deal time more left to have this vote, I would like to give the floor to the legal counsel to explain to us how to move forward with this procedure.
The guest.
Okay. So thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just want, Mr. President, let me explain what this means. We don't have time to conduct the vote before 5 o'clock when our invited guest comes. So the proposal is that we will hear our invited guest and then we will conduct the vote on this question immediately after we've heard from our invited guest. We do have 10 minutes before 5 o'clock, and there are still 2 or 3 items of housekeeping that we can deal with. One of them is to adopt the provisional agenda, and the question that we are voting on does not affect the provisional agenda. It's not deciding whether to change the agenda, it's simply deciding whether we group the discussion of 2 agenda items or not, and that is the work of Committee B, and it is not dependent on whether we adopt the agenda in its current form or not. So the Chair will shortly put to you whether you are prepared to accept the provisional agenda, but that will be subject, of course, to any discussion or decision that you take after we've heard from our invited guest on the question that Israel has asked. Chair. So if you go here.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. The General Committee also decided to recommend
Then if the question is on the voting, because that is for afterwards.
Cedemos la palabra a Pakistán.
I now give the floor to Pakistan because we'd like to make sure that this question is not related to the vote.
Thank you very much, Chair. This is related to the vote because this is essentially what we're discussing here. We can be flexible when it comes to the time of voting. We'd prefer to have the vote right away and right now. But I would request the Chair, through legal, to please clarify first, if we come back after 5, what is the procedure? Because the occupying power has objected to this. So I believe there will be 2 rounds of voting. One is procedural on their proposal, and the second is on the GC recommendation. So before we proceed and move towards the next agenda, I would request that legal should clarify as to what the procedure is going to be. Thank you.
Thank you. The Chair's asked me to clarify in response to your question. The question which will be put to the vote is the question which the President put to the plenary a short time ago, and that is whether to accept the recommendation from the General Committee to separate the discussions under agenda items 17.1 and 17.2. Our understanding is that Israel objected to that, and so the vote will be on the Chair's proposal, or the Chair's question, whether to accept the recommendation of the General Committee on this matter.
Cedemos la palabra a Perú.
I now give the floor to Peru. Mr. President, thank you for giving us the floor. The question that we were going to ask was along the same lines as Pakistan, so it has already been answered. Thank you.
Cedemos la palabra.
I now give the floor to Pakistan now.
Thank you very much. So if I understand the explanation by legal, and thank you for that explanation, we would directly go into voting on the General Committee's recommendation despite the objection raised by a country that I do not want to name. Thank you.
Creo que legal fue.
I think legal was quite clear in his explanation. We will proceed on that basis as agreed.
La mesa también decidió
The General Committee also decided to recommend to the plenary that the 79th World Health Assembly close no later than Saturday, the 23rd of May, 2026. May I therefore assume that the Assembly agrees to adopt the provisional agenda as contained in document 79/1 Rev 1 as amended? I see no objections. It is so decided. The agenda is hereby adopted.
¿Eh? So, mañana por la mañana se distribuirá
Document A79-1, Rev 2, reflecting the changes in the agenda, will be distributed tomorrow morning.
Suspendemos por ahora.
We will now suspend our meeting for the time being and resume in another 4 minutes to hear our invited guest, the Prime Minister of Spain, and then we will revert to this item once we return.
Check, check. Your Excellencies, honorable delegates, ladies and gentlemen, may I invite you to join your seats, please? Thank you. Vos Excellences, honorable...
Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, may I invite you to take your seats?
Distinguidos delegados,
Distinguished delegates, we will now resume our assembly and move on to item 4 of the agenda. Invited speakers, it is my honor to welcome the Prime Minister of Spain, His Excellency Pedro Sanchez, to the 79th World Health Assembly and call upon him to address the assembly from the rostrum. You have the floor, sir.
Estimado presidente,
Mr. President, distinguished Director General of the World Health Organization, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to begin with an age-old question. What is the first sign of civilization? It wasn't the wheel, nor was it fire, nor was it writing. Some will say that the answer lies in a bone, a human femur found in an archaeological site thousands of years ago, and it had an extraordinary feature. It had been broken, and yet it had knitted itself back together. This knitted bone is the first sign of civilization, because civilization does not begin with a tool, rather with an extended hand. And it is exactly there where we also see global health begin, in the awareness that each and every one of us, before or afterwards, are a broken femur, in the conviction that taking care of those who cannot take care of themselves is not an act of charity, but rather the very essence of what makes us human. No society, therefore, deserves to call itself civilized if it abandons those who fall. For this reason, and when I stand before those who are using national priorities to exclude, many others of us understand for some time now that the true priority of any state or country is to protect the health of its own citizens without exceptions nor conditions. Because anyone who divides societies between first and second class citizens are not strengthening their countries, but rather weakening them. 40 years ago, when Spain began its transition towards democracy, we focused and set our sights on public, universal, and free healthcare, and to make health care a right. And this transformed our country. In a single generation, child mortality plunged, and we gained over a decade of life expectancy, and we are now leading the European Union in longevity, along with Italy and Sweden. And for the first time in our history, we have moved past the 84-year-old mark for life expectancy. This could never have happened without some impetus. It requires political will. It requires resources as well, no doubt about that. And it requires a committed citizenry that will not allow for any backsliding. Indeed, an extraordinary citizenry that shows that humanity will always be able to deliver. Without going any further, on the 24th of March, we beat the donation record in bodies in 48 hours. 39 persons, including 34 deceased, whose families consented, allowed us to save the lives of 75 human beings in only 48 hours by donation of organs. And that is the Spain that I lead. And our government has the moral duty to rise to the level of this civic spirit. For this reason, in recent years, we have increased our health budget by 43%. In 2024, health expenditure exceeded 100 billion euros, that is 6.4% of our GDP. We have ensured that there is universal access to health care without regard to origin of economic situation. We have also expanded the portfolio of public services in line with recommendations of the WHO, with new neonatal facilities and an improvement in dental health coverage for people over 65 years of old. So with all of this, we know that this is not enough, because despite the robustness of this health system, it is true that our system is sharing a challenge shared by many other countries, which is the pressure of those who want to make health into a business. Leaders who are coming to these institutions to divert millions of public funds to private corporations and weakening the common good to enrich a few. Whoever converts health into a privilege and subject it to the dictates of money break the most basic social contract of any democratic system. The consequences of this model are simply devastating. In 2022 alone, 1,600 million persons, 1.6 billion persons, went bankrupt trying to provide for their own health care. And that is a quarter of the world's population facing financial difficulties to meet healthcare costs. 1 in 4 persons across the world has to choose between seeking healthcare or eating. And this happens at a time when there are huge global challenges, and we are living in a world where disinformation is undermining confidence in science and is therefore jeopardizing many lives. A world which is older and older with new healthcare needs, a profoundly interconnected world where a health threat in any place in the world, such as Ebola, can become a global crisis in a question of days, in a matter of days. In a world where we still have to deliver on fundamental commitments under the 2030 Agenda, ensuring healthy lives, reducing inequalities, and ensuring that scientific progress and health progress actually does reach the people where they actually live, regardless of where they live. The COVID-19 pandemic left us with a lesson that we cannot ignore and we will never forget. We cannot protect health in our borders if we're not able to also protect them outside and beyond our borders, because viruses do not understand the concept of borders, nor flags or passports. Therefore, no country can save itself. No country can save itself. Protecting others is the best way to protect ourselves, our own selves. We have for the past 12 years been living with Ebola, and unfortunately, we are going through this crisis again, and we saw 6 years ago growth in the COVID-19 pandemic, and this same fear recently because of the hantavirus outbreak on the MV Honduras. Therefore, investing in global health is therefore investing in security for our people and our citizens. But I also want to say that this is not just a question of security, it's a question of justice, because it is obvious that neither you nor I wish to live in a world where 12 persons can own more wealth than the rest of the world. Nor in a world where some women cannot even feed their children. I am sure that you are convinced that we don't wish to live in a planet where for millions of women delivering their child is a question of fear rather than hope. Accepting something like this is assuming that the lives of millions of persons is worth less simply because of where they live. I am therefore convinced that none of you here is ready to accept this, and I think that nobody should accept this status quo. Because simply speaking, this situation is not inevitable. It is not a historic fatality. It is a result of political decisions taken by a few and blessed, unfortunately, by the silence of many others. In the only last 2 years alone, international financing for global health has reduced by about 30%. 30%. And this is over the last 2 years, a 30% drop in global health spending. And the consequences are already here. The fowls have come home, chickens have come home to roost. Reduction in child mortality has stagnated for the first time in decades. Measles, a disease that we thought had been controlled, is now expanding again. And if we don't act, 14 million persons could die before 2030 for preventable causes, including 4.5 million children under 5 years of age. 14 million lives. Not because we don't know how to save these lives, we do know how to save them, but rather because some have decided not to do so. The greatest risk for global health is no longer the lack of science, but rather the lack of conscience. In just a few months, the same country that cut $18 billion from global public health and ODA has spent more than $29 billion on war, the humanitarian consequences and geopolitical consequences of which will also be devastating. And given the situation, the position of my government in Spain has been limited to common sense, because common sense is what makes us stand up before those who have decided that some should live and others should die based on their zip code. We have to use common sense when it comes to war, when those who impose unilateralism over multilateralism, when it should be easy to help everyone. What is happening is that at this time, Your Excellencies, defending common sense has become a form of rebellion, because there is a pandemic that nobody wishes to curb, and that is the pandemic of egoism, selfishness, and that is what is really affecting our societies, and that also can spread. For this reason, whenever some people withdraw, my country decided to step forward. Ever since I have been honored to lead the government of Spain, we have doubled our ODA. Only last year, while many countries were cutting, we increased our ODA by 13%. We have pledged 315 million euros to the global health system for 2025-2027, with contributions to Gavi, the Global Fund, and of course to the World Health Organization. I do know that it is not enough to fill the gap that others have left. I do know that, but please be assured that our example will be followed by many others sooner than later, because the impetus to strengthen global health can only be collective, and it should be supported at least along three fundamental pillars that I would like to now share with you. The first one is to invest in the global response capacities to future health crises. For many years, we have been working to move ahead, work on the pandemic treaty. The agreement reached in 2025, I believe, was a huge achievement. Now, what we must do is give it that push over the edge. Let's do it. We must also strengthen regional production chains for medicines, increase our rapid response capacities, and ensure that never again will access to vaccines or treatments depend on the economic power or the place where our societies are located. The second pillar is to reform the financial architecture of global health. We need more resources, there's no doubt, but we also need new mechanisms to mobilize them, and a global, more just global taxation. 3.4 billion persons live in countries that spend more money to pay interest on their debt than to finance health or education. No international system can be fair when people have to choose between paying their creditors or pay for the health and defend the health of their citizens, between saving their balance sheets or saving lives. We must strengthen the mechanisms to provide relief and debt relief and debt swaps, and prevent millions of persons from continuing to pay the consequences of a profoundly unequal system. The third pillar is to democratize governance of global health and make it more effective and efficient. The countries in the global south must have the role that they deserve in decision making, internationally speaking. We must also ensure that there's better coordination and reduce excessive fragmentation. We must also situate at the center the strengthening of national health centers, because there will be no global health security while we have millions of persons depending on fragile or underfinanced health systems. Nobody will forget, and we must never forget the best lesson from the pandemic. There is no national security possible in a world that has no health security. Anyone who understands this after an episode such as what we experienced in 2020 is either ignorant, who has not understood is either ignorant or silly. Let's show that we have learned the lesson now that the WHO has declared the outbreak of Ebola in the DRC as a public health emergency of international concern. I conclude, distinguished delegates, as you all know, and I had the opportunity to address this at the invitation of the Director General, my friend Tedros. As you all know, just a few days ago, almost 150 persons were trapped on a vessel because of an outbreak of hantavirus. 150 persons in fear, a great deal of fear, uncertainty, with families waiting for news of them. And in my country, someone raised the question whether we should help them or abandon them to their fate. And when we received the call from the World Health Organization requesting our assistance, we didn't hesitate. So this question as to whether we should help or abandon them might seem a minor question after we did take, after all, the decision to help them. But this question has circumscribes one of the most important dilemmas of our time. Because at this time, there are still people who believe that international law is an a la carte menu, that the allegations are therefore optional, that solidarity depends on expedient. Spain responded to this call, and that decision enabled us to evacuate over 120 persons to screen for cases in early and to treat them before it was too late. But there was a second consequence, and it was equally important, and I wanted to share it with you today. Whenever a country acts responsibly, others follow suit. This is a sort of contagion of solidarity. The WHO, the World Health Organization, the European Unity's, Communion's bodies, and the other countries whose citizens were on board that vessel worked together with loyalty and commitment to make the operation a success. And what I'm really trying to say is that whenever we respect international law, we all win. Spain, Your Excellencies, is a medium-sized power. We cannot make up for the huge cuts that are being made to the international health system, but what we can do is do something, and it is, along with many other countries, take a step forward. A few months ago, at the conference on development in Seville, we launched a platform for health action. This was an initiative to mobilize political will, economic resources, and the necessary partnerships to tackle this backsliding that we're seeing in global health. And why not? Because if we have to imagine and build together this global health governance system, which is more effective and equitable than our citizens of the world are requesting of us, we have to work together. And today, I am here in Geneva as the first leader of the government of Spain addressing this assembly to say that we are with you and we would like you to join us, because reforming global health can be done by those who cut it or those who are defending multilateralism based on mutual trust in global public health systems, those who believe in imposing their might, or those who believe in shared leadership, which is the case of most of us, those who build walls, or those who understand that no one can save themselves alone. And I think that that is the decision that we have before us, because international leadership does not consist only in having more might. True international leadership begins when a country decides to take action, when others are stepping back. And it consists in being able to forge partnerships to make us stronger. History will judge us. And I will say that if we were able to care for life when we knew how to do so, if we did it with the same conviction in any part of the world, even there where war is risking lives each day, and we can only respond with our heads held high if we understand something very simple. Either we fight together or we fall divided. Thank you.
Gracias, Excelencia.
I'd like to thank you for your kind and strong words to this assembly. This brings us to the close of our consideration of item 4 on our agenda. We shall pause for a few minutes to allow our invited guests to leave the room, and then we will resume our assembly. A strong round of applause again for our special guest.
But I'm going to say something before.
That's
I want to
fine.
say some
It's
few
your
words before.
prerogative.
Excellencias,
Your Excellencies, let's resume our work. I'd like to say a few words before we continue with our agenda. And I think these are very important words. The strength of this assembly lies in the proper functioning of each one of its areas. Each of the spaces dedicated to this assembly has a particular function and is a special purpose. So whenever we network, we need to understand the function of each one of those spaces. Otherwise, it would be too much. The plenary is geared towards adopting formal decisions, enables us to move forward with the general agenda. The General Committee helps us to organize and coordinate the work of the Assembly, including the agenda, program, and procedural conduct. And committees A and B are where we conduct the bulk of the substantive and technical work and the organizational work on resolutions and decisions. We have spent a great deal of time in the General Committee discussing the agenda extensively. So when we come here to plenary and we're here to take decisions made in other areas, we have to respect the spaces, the other spaces making up this assembly. So we have to understand that the best way to move forward. And second, because we think we have to make the most progress given the time we have, and also move ahead on health issues which are of most importance to each one of us representing our countries here today. So with that said, I will now revert to the agenda item in question, and I'll move to English at this point because we have some explanations that I would like to convey to you, and I'd like to translate them directly as they come from our legal counsel.
Steve? Oh, okay.
No, but I don't have it. Delegations will recall that before the plenary paused to hear from His Excellency the Prime Minister of Spain, we were considering the recommendations of the General Committee to, in effect, ungroup agenda items 17.1 and 17.2. The General Committee has recommended to the plenary that we do so. The delegation of Israel objected to doing so. The tenor of the discussions indicated that consensus was unlikely. Accordingly, we now return this question and we will proceed to a vote by electronic means. Permit me, however, to briefly put this matter in context. Again, this is not a step that will affect the agenda. The agenda has been fully adopted. This is a step that concerns the method of work in Committee B when it considers items 17.1 and 17.2. Let me briefly explain what it means to ungroup these items. The EB had recommended that the items be grouped in the sense that there will be one discussion of both items followed by the decision points, under both items being considered one after the other. The General Committee considered, without disagreement, voiced that these items should be ungrouped. In other words, I repeat that the items should be ungrouped. In other words, there should be separate discussions and separate considerations of the respective decision points. This means, to be clear, that the 17.1 will be discussed and the decision point on that item would be considered and decided open. And then that item would be then closed. Then item 17.2 would be open, discussed, and its decision point considered and decided open. The General Committee has recommended this ungrouped approach by consensus. The question before you for your decision by voting is whether to accept the recommendations from the General Committee to separate the discussions as I have described under agenda items 17.1 and 17.2. A vote yes means you support the General Committee recommendation to separate the discussions. A vote no means you oppose this recommendation. Unless there are any questions, I propose we move now to vote on this question, and I give the floor to the legal counsel. Le cedo la palabra al representante de Israel.
I give the floor to the representative of Israel.
We are asking for a recorded vote. Thank you. Say yes? Yes.
¿Aprobado?
Yes, okay, that's approved.
Thank you. So we are proceeding to vote on the question on whether to accept the recommendation of the General Committee to separate the discussions under agenda items 17.1 and 17.2, and a recorded vote has been requested. It has previously been decided by the Assembly, but recorded votes will be conducted by means of the electronic voting system, as we have done earlier today. In accordance with the rules of the Assembly, the recorded vote will, as I've just said, be conducted through electronic means. Again, before we begin the vote, please ensure that you have the right person to cast your vote. You need to have either a chief delegate, delegate, or alternate casting your vote. As soon as the vote is open, please press the green button if you wish to vote yes. That is, you support the recommendation of the General Committee. Press the red button if you wish to vote no. That is, you oppose the recommendation of the General Committee. And press the blue button if you wish to abstain. Once the President has declared the voting open, you will have 1 minute in which to cast your vote. Please note that those delegations that, for whatever reason, do not cast a vote will be recorded as absent. After the voting time has expired, the President will declare the voting closed and will announce the results of the vote. In accordance with Rule 75, the vote of each member participating in the recorded vote will be inserted into the record of the meeting. And I would like to recall that after the vote, those delegations that wish to make brief statements by way of an explanation of vote will have an opportunity to do so. I should also like to remind you that once voting has begun, it may not be interrupted by anyone except on a point of order directly connected to the actual conduct of the vote. I will now read the names of those member states who have registered but who are not entitled to vote. They are Dominica, St. Lucia, Somalia, South Sudan, Sudan, Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, and Yemen. So these member states will not be able to vote on the system. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Muchas gracias, asesor jurídico.
I'd like to thank the legal counsel. Are there any questions as to how we shall proceed with the vote?
Parece que no hay preguntas.
I see none. We shall therefore continue as indicated by the legal counsel. It is so decided. I declare that the voting is now open.
Secretaría, síbase por favor poner en marcha.
Please start the timer, Secretariat.
Tengan en cuenta que les quedan 30 segundos para...
You have 30 seconds left to complete voting. Thank you.
Declaro
I declare the voting closed. While the results are being generated, I would like to ask delegations to please remain in the room. Thank you.
the following is the result of the vote. Number of members with the right to vote, 180. Number of members absent, 53. Number of votes in favor, 90. Number of abstentions, 34. Number of votes against, 3. Therefore, the GC recommendation to separate the discussion of items 17.1 and 17.2 is therefore approved by 90 votes in favor to 3 votes against, with 34 abstentions.
And now we return to this.
What is this now? Nuestro programa de trabajo para mañana.
Our work programme for tomorrow will be item 2, a report of the Executive Board on its 157th and 158th sessions, followed by agenda item 3, address by the Director General. Committee A will begin its work today at 6:30 p.m. and will run until 21:30. So that's 3 hours work. Committee A will resume its work on Tuesday after the address of the Director General. Credentials Committee will also be meeting Tuesday, 19th of May at 2 p.m. in order to facilitate the work of the interpreters and the preparation of official records. Delegations are requested to, before the plenary, provide to the Secretariat advance copies of their statements, either through email to interpret@who.int or give a paper copy of the document to the officers in the room at least 30 minutes prior to the intervention. This does not prevent delegates from making changes on delivery. It will, however, facilitate clarity and accuracy in all languages. Please specify under subject at the top of the statement the name of the country or group, the meeting, and the relevant agenda item. In order to facilitate the organisation of the week, I'd like to propose that, as we have done on previous occasions, the order of the list of speakers for the discussion under agenda item 3 be strictly adhered to, and that further requests be added to the list in the order in which they are received. I would also like to propose that the list of speakers be closed tomorrow, Tuesday, at 10 a.m. I assume that these proposals are acceptable to everybody. I see no objection. It is so decided. On Wednesday, the 20th of May, at 9 a.m., the 5th plenary will meet to consider the report of the Committee on Credentials, and item 7 of the agenda will be considered, as well as the conclusion of item 3, general discussion, if necessary. Committee A will resume its work and hold its next meeting immediately after the consideration of the report of the Committee on Credentials. Also, on Wednesday, the 20th of May, at 2:30 p.m., Committee B will convene its first meeting and consider item 16, including election of vice chairs and rapporteur, followed by agenda items, followed by the next item on the agenda. The health conditions in the occupied Palestinian territory, including East Jerusalem and in the occupied Syrian Golan, item 17. The General Committee would also hold its second meeting on Wednesday at 5:30 p.m. to draw up a list of members for the purpose of the annual election of members entitled to designate a person to serve on the Executive Board and to consider any change in the programme of work of the Health Assembly. Does the plenary agree to this proposal? I see no objection. It is so decided.
Con ello concluye nuestra labor.
That concludes today's work relating to the item on the agenda. Before suspending our work for today under this agenda item, I would note that the reception organised by Switzerland will began in the cafeteria area in the headquarters of the WHO at 5:30. The next plenary session will take place tomorrow at 9 a.m. here. We stand adjourned.
Distinguished delegates, esteemed colleagues and friends, it is with great pleasure and gratitude, having been elected Chair of Committee A, that I call this meeting to order. It's a great honor to be entrusted with this responsibility. As we open the work of Committee A, we do so at the moment of profound global uncertainty. Around the world, conflicts, economic pressures, and widening inequalities are placing unprecedented strain on health systems, while recent reduction in official development assistance are challenging our collective capacity to respond. In this context, the work of committees is more vital than ever. I count on the goodwill, spirit of cooperation, and constructive engagement of all delegations to move our work forward together, strengthening the World Health Organization so it can continue to serve people's health, equity, and well-being everywhere. Coming from a country that values dialogue, solidarity, and the role of the health in the peace and development, this responsibility is deeply appreciated. I hope that Committee A will work in a spirit of mutual respect, pragmatism, and constructive cooperation focused on improving health and well-being for all. A very warm welcome also to all the representatives of the United Nations and its specialized agencies, as well as the observers and non-state actors. Before outlining the details of our proposed method of work, I would first like to address the initial item on today's agenda, election of vice chairs and rapporteur. I have been informed the following proposal. His Excellency, Mr. Fernando Israel Espinosa Oliveira from Mexico, and Mr. Ibrahim Nishan Ahmed from Maldives as vice chairs of the Committee A, and Mr. Ronald Basimwa from Uganda as rapporteur. Are there any comments on the proposal of His Excellency Mr. Fernando Israel Espinosa Oliveira as a vice chair of Committee A? As there are no comments, may I ask you to elect His Excellency Mr. Fernando Israel Espinosa Oliveira as a vice chair of Committee A by acclamation. Next, there are any comments on the proposal of Mr. Ibrahim Nishan Ahmed as a vice chair of Committee A? As there are no comments, may I therefore request you to elect Mr. Ibrahim Nishan Ahmed as vice chair of Committee A by acclamation. Finally, are there any comments on the proposal of Mr. Ronald Basimwa as rapporteur of Committee A? As there are no comments, may I ask you to elect Mr. Ronald Basimwa as a rapporteur of Committee A by acclamation. I will now ask the Vice Chairs and Rapporteur to please come to the rostrum to take their seats. Friends and colleagues, we have many agenda items to discuss, including many resolutions and decisions. To enable us to manage our workload efficiently, a few agenda items have been grouped together. This means that no more than one statement should be delivered by each delegation per grouping of item. Please refer to the daily journal for specifics of how the items are grouped. For this assembly, the following speaking times have been proposed for the main committees as follows. For member state delegation, 2 minutes. For regional or group statements, 3 minutes. Delegations providing group statements are discouraged from taking the floor subsequently to provide a national statement. Additionally, if you agree with a point raised by a previous speaker, you may wish to just say so and it will carry equal weight. For non-member states delegations, 1 minute. You may recall this since the 74th World Health Assembly, non-state actor constituency interventions are taken during the debate of certain agenda items, interspersed among those of member states. For this assembly, the relevant agenda sub-items are 12.1, 12.4, 12.5, 12.6, and 15.5. The interventions will be limited to 2 minutes. To request the floor, delegates will need to press the microphone button only once. This will add the delegation to the speaker list, which will be displayed on the screen. Please note that for various reasons, the list can be subject to change. For example, when group or constituency statements need to meet a specific point in the debate. We will use again the traffic light system during the debates to keep us focused. The microphones will automatically be turned off should an intervention go over time. A warning tone will sound twice before the microphone is turned off. Delegates are reminded that statements should be delivered at a moderate speed. Rapid delivery risks impeding clarity and accuracy in interpretation. Please send your statement in advance to email address interpret@who.int at least 30 minutes before delivery, or hand a paper copy to our conference officers in the meeting room. Please specify in the subject line and at the top of the statement the name of the delegation group, the meeting, Committee A, and the relevant agenda item number. Delegates wishing to have their non-delivered statements posted on the Health Assembly webpage, or to share a longer statement than those delivered containing additional information, may send them to email address statements@who.int. Additional information provided in this manner will not be included in the official report of the meeting. I would like to take this opportunity to propose arrangement for the exercise of the right of reply, aimed to ensuring a fair, predictable, and orderly flow of the conduct of business at our meeting. I propose to reserve time at the end of each day to allow for exercising the right of reply by those delegations having requested it during the course of the day. In delivering a right of reply, delegations are requested to be as brief as possible, and the proposed speaking time for the first intervention is 1 minute. In the event of subsequent requests by delegations for additional right of reply, concerning the same matter as previous replies, I kindly request delegates to limit such statements to 30 seconds or less. I trust this is acceptable. I see no objections. It is so decided. Regarding the working hours of the committee, we will meet each morning at 9 a.m. or as indicated in the journal, and finish at 12 p.m. In the afternoon, we shall start promptly at 2:30 p.m. and continue until 5:30 p.m. I have also been informed that evening sessions are expected to keep at a minimum. Any such sessions that might be needed shall be announced beforehand. In order to conclude our discussions on sub-item 13.3 today, provisions have been made to extend our afternoon session for 3 hours, should it be required. At the end of each day's meeting, I shall indicate to you the items which I propose to include on the following day's agenda. These will also appear in the daily journal as the committee's program of work. I would like to remind delegates that all participants in WHO events are expected to follow the organization's standards of conduct. This includes treating all delegations and staff with respect at all times. Shouting or any form of disrespectful behavior is not acceptable. In addition, please refrain from having group discussion in the room, taking phone calls or otherwise being noisy in a way that disturbs others. Please also switch your telephone to silent and move them away from the microphone when you are making an intervention to avoid static interference. I would now like to propose that we begin our work this afternoon with agenda sub-item 13.3, open-ended intergovernmental working group on WHO pandemic agreement under Protect Health. Are there any comments on this plan of work for the committee? I see that a member state has requested the floor. I give the floor to the delegate of Cyprus.
Thank you, Chair. The European Union works closely with the World Health Organization on a wide range of subjects, both within the European region and on a global level. As agreed in the exchange of letters of 2000 between the WHO and the European Commission concerning the consolidation and intensification of cooperation, and without prejudice to any future conclusion of a general agreement between the WHO and the European Union, the European Union delegation attends the meetings of the World Health Assembly as observer. As in previous sessions, we ask the committee to kindly agree that the European Union delegation be also invited to attend and participate without vote in the deliberations of the meetings of subcommittees, drafting groups or other subdivisions thereof addressing matters falling within Union competence in the 79th session of the World Health Assembly. Thank you.
I trust this acceptable to be to the committee. We shall proceed accordingly. Thank you. We will now open agenda item 13, public health emergencies, preparedness and response under Protect Health, sub-item 13.3, open-ended intergovernmental working group on the WHO pandemic agreement. Let's pause for a moment before we arrange the podium. The relevant document for this sub-item is A79/8 and A79/8 add 1. We are also invited to consider the draft decision recommended by the Intergovernmental Working Group of the WHO Pandemic Agreement, contained in the annex of the document A79/8. The associated financial and administrative implications are contained in the document A79/8 adds 1. Before we begin our discussion, I would like to invite the co-chairs, Ambassador Tovar da Silva Nunes of Brazil and Mr. Matthew Harper of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, to make some introductory remarks on the behalf of the Intergovernmental Working Group on the WHO Pandemic Agreement. Ambassador Tovar da Silva Nunes, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, the recent public health events are a powerful reminder of the importance and urgency of cooperation and solidarity in global health. We do not have the option of leaving unfinished the mission of establishing a multilateral instrument to prevent, prepare for, and respond to pandemic threats. Nor is there room for indifference. Rather, it is our moral obligation and our duty to complete this work. Following the historic adoption of the pandemic agreement last World Health Assembly, it is now urgent to overcome the remaining differences in order to establish a PAB system that promotes equity and enables us to move beyond the status quo. During the last pandemic, access to vaccines, therapeutics, and diagnostics in certain regions was very limited or simply non-existent, or it came too late and at too high a cost. This is not an exercise in charity. We all stand to benefit from an operational, feasible, accountable, and equitable PAB system. The path may seem very complex, but we already have a roadmap, following a series of consultations, meetings, interactions with knowledgeable people. Article 12 of the Pandemic Agreement has provided us with the necessary elements that must now be developed. We must build an accountable and transparent PAB system capable of ensuring both traceability measures and open access to data based on established terms. Above all, we must guarantee on an equal footing the rapid and timely sharing of PAB's materials and secrets information, as well as the rapid, timely, fair, and equitable sharing of benefits arising therefrom. We are greatly encouraged, Mr. President, by the fact that member states themselves have proposed possible solutions in key areas. We are confident that with the proposed extension, we will be able to reach agreement on the PAB's annex in a way that strengthens every national health system and promotes global cooperation. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador. Mr. Matthew Harper, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dear ministers, esteemed delegates, and thank you, Ambassador Tovar, for your words. As you said, 1 year ago, we met in Committee A and the plenary in the Palais to adopt the pandemic agreement, a truly historic moment. We do not know when the next pandemic will be, but recent and ongoing events remind us that we must be prepared at all times to respond to health threats. Only by finalising the PAB's annex can we move to bring the pandemic agreement into force, which will make our world more secure and equitable. We have made progress over the last 12 months in a number of very technical and complex areas. We have started to find solutions and ways to implement what we all agreed in Article 12. We need to build on that progress and increased understanding and move forward as quickly as possible to reach agreement. We also need to work together to ensure the annex is future-proofed and operationally sound and delivers the equity all are calling for. Member states will need to use an extension agreed by the Assembly wisely, recognising that differences do remain, and we all need to be in solution mode and find common approaches that work for all. Together, we have seen the willingness in this very room over the last 4.5 years and the dedication of all delegations, day after day, and often night after night. With that commitment and the expertise of WHO and others, we can reach that agreement that delivers for all and brings the pandemic agreement to life. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Harper. We will now start our discussion. I would like to remind delegates that the speaking time for intervention is 2 minutes. Would those delegates wishing to speak, please press the microphone button now. I first give the floor to the delegate of Morocco, to be followed by the delegate of Cyprus.
Sayyid al-Rais.
Mr. Chairperson, Your Excellencies, members of the delegations, I am honored to deliver this statement on behalf of the states.
يشرفني أن ألقي
I have the honor to deliver this statement on behalf of the member states of the Eastern Mediterranean region. At the outset, we express our sincere appreciation to the Bureau, the co-facilitators and the Secretariat for their dedicated efforts in advancing the negotiations of the PAB System Annex under the Pandemic Agreement. We also thank all member states for their constructive engagement throughout the process. The Eastern Mediterranean region recognizes the significant progress achieved thus far. At the same time, we note that important areas of divergence remain, particularly regarding the operationalization of legally binding obligations and the structure of contractual arrangements within the system. Our region underscores that a credible and effective PAB system must be grounded in legal certainty, clarity, and enforceability. In this regard, we emphasize the importance of maintaining the integrity of contracts as legally binding instruments and avoiding ambiguity through terms that may dilute their legal standing. While standardization of contractual elements may serve as a useful tool to facilitate implementation, it should not compromise the binding nature and enforceability of obligations. We further stress that the linkage between access and benefit sharing must remain central and indivisible. Any approach that risks weakening this connection would undermine trust and fail to deliver a system that is equitable, predictable, and sustainable. The Eastern Mediterranean region also emphasizes the need for a framework that ensures clear and operational provisions for benefit-sharing obligations, as well as transparency and accountability in implementation. It is essential that the system...
Tovar de Silva Nunes and Mr. Matt Harpour, and to the Vice Chairs, Ambassador Lamini, Dr. Hanan, Dr. Viroj, and Ms. Madeleine Hayward. You have deftly guided us through very complex and highly technical negotiations. We also extend our thanks to the Secretariat for their always helpful technical advice and support. Canada reiterates our support for the pandemic agreement, and we are committed to achieving a PABS annex that improves rapid access to pathogens and sequence information while operationalizing equity. While we are disappointed that we have been unable to conclude the PABS annex by this WHA, this result is not unexpected. After 3 years of intense negotiations under the pandemic agreement, we knew that achieving consensus on this complex and highly technical annex in under a year would be challenging. We are, however, encouraged by the trajectory of negotiations. We have welcomed the more technical and conceptual discussions of the last couple of IGWIGs. We firmly believe that if we arrive at a common conceptual understanding of the core pillars of the system, agreement on the specifics will follow. Moving forward, Canada continues to support a process that is inclusive and consensus-based. Canada looks forward to working together with all member states to conclude the PABS annex before WHA 80 next May. Thank you.
I thank Canada. I now give the floor to Ethiopia, followed by Kenya.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ethiopia aligns with the regional statement delivered by South Africa and commends the IGWG Bureau and Secretariat and all IGWG members for their sustained engagement under the mandate to operationalize Article 12 of the WHO Pandemic Agreement. The world needs to be better prepared, and the current threats such as Ebola and hantavirus are real reminders. We regret that we could not finalize the negotiations for adoption by the 79th World Health Assembly despite our best efforts. However, we still believe that we have the collective responsibility and opportunity to shape a multilateral system for pathogen access and benefit sharing system that is safe, accountable, and transparent. We believe meaningful benefit sharing during and between pandemic emergencies and data governance accountability need to be well addressed in the negotiations. We also believe the PAPS Annex should provide clarity and legal certainty as parliaments consider ratification of the pandemic agreement. Ethiopia will continue to engage constructively and in a good faith in the negotiations ahead and looks forward to finding consensus. I thank you.
Thank you, Ethiopia. I now give the floor to Kenya, followed by El Salvador.
Thank you, Chair. Kenya aligns its statement with that delivered by South Africa on behalf of the 47 member states of the WHO Africa region. Kenya reaffirms its commitment to the development of a fair, transparent, and legally binding pathogen and access benefit sharing agreement system through the open-ended intergovernmental working group in support of equity, solidarity, and collective global health security. Kenya believes that an effective PAP system must ensure rapid sharing of pathogen materials and genetic sequence data alongside timely, predictable, and equitable access to benefits, including vaccine therapeutics, diagnostics, technology transfer, and capacity building. As negotiations advance, Kenya recognizes the diversity of perspectives among member states and underscores the importance of a constructive, inclusive, and member-driven process. Given the limited time remaining, Kenya encourages intensified informal consultations, enhanced transparency, and focused technical engagement to build convergence. Kenya further emphasizes the importance of strong provisions on technology transfer, regional and local manufacturing capacity, sustainable financing, legal clarity, and respect for national sovereignty over pathogens and data. Kenya remains ready to work constructively with WHO and member states to deliver a balanced, credible, and fit-for-purpose PAP system that strengthens global preparedness to ensure no country or region is left behind in the future health emergencies. Thank you, Chair.
I thank Kenya. I now give the floor to El Salvador, followed by Panama.
Thank you, Chair. El Salvador agradece.
El Salvador welcomes and recognizes the efforts of the working group led by Ambassador Tovar, which showed enormous efforts to bring this project forward. However, without the PABS Annex, it will be difficult to put the agreement into force. The work of each member state and their interests, as well as the private sector and the pharmaceutical sector, is a barrier that needs to be overcome. We do not want pandemics to be a business for the benefit of some. It must be access to health for all in the face of events that are ever more frequent and acute. Public health cannot wait. Thank you.
Salvador. Now I give the floor to Panama, followed by Grenada.
Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, Chair. Panama welcomes the presentation of the working group's report and recognizes the progress achieved on the pandemic agreement, which is an historic opportunity to strengthen global health governance. The COVID-19 pandemic brought to light profound gaps in the preparation, equity, and access to countermeasures and international coordination. In this context, the PABS Annex and the agreement are fundamental. We consider that the Annex must have a solid regulatory framework which will cover clearly the intellectual property of pathogens, genetic sequences and databases. And we would like to base this on 4 key principles. First, equity, guaranteeing a timely, fair and affordable access to vaccines, diagnostics and treatments for all countries, leaving no one behind. Secondly, solidarity and international cooperation, which is effective and promotes clear interchange of information, capacities and resources. Thirdly, the respect of national sovereignty, bearing in mind the decisions of public health in accordance with national context and priorities. And fourthly, the building of national capacities, including surveillance systems for health, which are resilient. Panama highlights the importance of having consistency between the agreement and the PABS Annex, as well as the international health regulations, avoiding duplication and ensuring that there is complementarity in both instruments. We reaffirm our commitment to participate in a constructive manner in this process to contribute to an inclusive agreement for future crises. Thank you.
Thank you, Panama. I now give the floor to Grenada, followed by Eswatini.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The current outbreaks of hantavirus and Ebola remind us of how fragile the balance between humanity and nature remains, and of the urgent need for deeper collaboration in the interest of global health security. They underscore a truth that we cannot escape. No one is safe unless everyone is protected. The COVID-19 pandemic made this very clear. No country, large or small, is immune. Our destiny is inextricably tied together as a human race, and we are bound either to assist each other or to suffer together. UNAIDS therefore supports the extension of the mandate of the Intergovernmental Working Group. In the spirit of solidarity and equity, we urge all parties to make a genuine good faith effort to conclude negotiations on the PABS Annex without delay. This will allow us to redirect our collective energies towards confronting the real enemy, pandemic-prone pathogens that do not distinguish between rich or poor, north or south. UNAIDS stands ready to work with all member states to advance a safer, more resilient world. Thank you.
I thank Grenada. And now give the floor to Eswatini, followed by Japan.
Chairperson, distinguished delegates, Eswatini welcomes the adoption of the WHO Pandemic Agreement in the WHA 78 as a historic step towards strengthening global solidarity for pandemic prevention, preparedness, and response. The agreement, anchored in equity and multilateral cooperation, complements the amended International Health Regulations 2005 and reflects the collective lessons learned from the COVID-19 pandemic. For Eswatini, the relevance of this agreement cannot be overstated. Our experience during COVID-19 demonstrated how delayed access to our vaccines, diagnostic and therapeutic deepened vulnerabilities and strained health systems. The pandemic agreement directly addresses these gaps by promoting timely information sharing, coordinated response, and fair benefit sharing, while reinforcing regional collaboration with SADC and advancing a One Health approach to emerging threats. We therefore align strongly with the Africa Group position on the Pathogen Access and Benefit Sharing Annex and support its adoption of this Assembly. The conclusion of this PABS Annex is essential for operationalizing equity in enabling the pandemic agreement to proceed to signature and ratification. Ladies and gentlemen, Eswatini expresses its readiness in initiating national legal policy and institutional preparation for implementation in alignment with the amendment IHR 2005 to better safeguard our population contribution to global health security. I thank you.
I thank Eswatini, and now give the floor to Japan, followed by South Africa.
Chair, distinguished delegates, Japan has consistently engaged in the negotiation on the pandemic agreement and its annex as a responsible and constructive member. We share a common objective, strengthening pandemic prevention, preparedness, and response across borders. Now the IGWEC will continue its work. Japan's unwavering commitment stays unchanged. We view this extension not as a setback, but as an important opportunity to work together toward a meaningful outcome to conclude an implementable agreement, and we will continue to participate in the process with a constructive spirit. We believe it is essential that the agreement serves its original purpose, protecting lives and contributing to the improvement of public health. To fulfill our remaining tasks, the IGWEC should further incorporate the expertise of those who support the current PPR and R&D systems, including technical experts and relevant stakeholders. Policies grounded in the scientific evidence and real-world R&D systems, along with a spirit of solidarity across borders, provide the most reliable path to preparing for the future crisis and safeguarding global health. This is the direction toward which the international community should unite. We underscore the importance of putting forward our work on what we have achieved and already agreed in the pandemic agreement. Japan remains committed to working with all members so that the agreement becomes truly meaningful in achieving the shared objective, always keeping in mind that no one is safe until everyone is safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Japan. I now give the floor to South Africa, followed by Australia.
Thank you, Chair. South Africa aligns with the statement that was delivered on behalf of the Africa region and thanks the DG, the Bureau, and the Secretariat for the work done. It supports the decision to extend the IGWEC to ensure that a structurally sound framework takes precedence over a rushed consensus. We want to emphasize the fact that the explicit mandate to develop legally binding contracts with the WHO reinforces that access cannot be divorced from benefit sharing. We must emphasize that all elements of the PAPS Annex must be fully finalized before ratification of the pandemic agreement can be considered. A hollow annex is worse than no annex. It locks in failure, legitimizes bilateral extraction, and tells global South countries to be patient. South Africa reasserts the protection of sovereign rights of states over their biological resources as enshrined under the CBD and Nagoya Protocol. Sovereign oversight cannot be bypassed. Every participating national or WHO-designated laboratory must be authorized by host states. We reject anonymous access pathways. Every PAPS recognized database must require mandatory user registration and data access agreements to ensure traceability and to prevent biopiracy. True preparedness demands that benefit sharing is operational before a crisis escalates. Delaying contracts until products are produced and protected by intellectual property rights is procrastination. Chair, for South Africa, COVID-19 was not an aberration. It was the latest chapter in a pattern written in Ebola, polio, and Mpox. That memory must anchor every line we now draft. South Africa is patient with process, but we are not patient with injustice. Charity is not equity. Good intentions do not vaccinate anyone. We need to set aside real-time production of VTDs for swift use. Without a functioning multilateral system, there is no pandemic agreement, no PAPS, and no equity. Multilateralism is not the backdrop to this negotiation. It is this negotiation. It is the only architecture in which equity is assured.
Thank you, South Africa. Before moving forward, dear delegates, I would like to inform you that after member states have delivered their intervention, observers without a card and representatives from UN and other intergovernmental organizations wishing to take the floor must raise their nameplate to be added to the speakers list. Now I give the floor to Australia, followed by Uruguay.
Chair, colleagues, when we celebrated adoption of the pandemic agreement 1 year ago, we knew we still had important work to do to conclude the PABS Annex as an essential, integral element of the agreement. We have worked hard together this year. We have made considerable progress, but this is complex work, and Australia recognises more time is needed. This additional time will enable us to build together a PAB system that will be implementable and operationally effective, contributing to rapid, equitable responses to the next pandemic. A PABS Annex that will enable us all to take the vital next step of ratifying the pandemic agreement, so that the international community is better prepared to respond to future pandemics. Australia is committed to continuing to work together with all colleagues to find solutions, ensuring the IGWIG delivers a strong text ready for adoption by the next Assembly. Thank you.
I thank Australia, and now giving the floor to Uruguay, followed by Slovakia.
Hola. Gracias, señor.
Thank you, Chair. Uruguay would like to thank and congratulate the IGWIG and calls for the continuation of negotiations to achieve an agreement for the PABS system annex. In terms of access to technology, we must think about the inequality amongst countries in terms of access to health technologies cannot be repeated. The agreements with suppliers and the holding of knowledge are barriers to access. We consider it's essential that we make every effort to achieve a result which will give us a consensus between member states on the PABS system. We already spoke of our commitment to a pandemic agreement, and we must be ready to face a new pandemic with a PABS system that ensures biosecurity and traceability, and the responsibility of all states is essential. We reaffirm our commitment to progress the negotiation process to ensure that we have a system which has benefit sharing and pathogen access equally shared. Thank you.
I thank Uruguay, and now give the floor to Slovakia, followed by Vanuatu.
Thank you, Chair. Slovakia aligns itself with the statement delivered by Cyprus on behalf of the EU and its member states. In line with the positions communicated by Slovakia during the previous rounds of negotiations, the draft PABS Annex is not sufficiently substantive. Therefore, Slovakia agrees to continue working on it. During the upcoming negotiations, Slovakia will proceed with advocating for the inclusion to the draft PABS Annex, to the highest possible extent, the biosafety and biosecurity measures, legally binding liability regime for damages, as well as personal data protection. I thank you.
Thank you, Slovakia. I now give the floor to Vanuatu, followed by Guinea.
Chair, distinguished delegates, Vanuatu has the honor to align itself with a statement delivered on behalf of the Pacific Island countries and territories. This time last year, we welcomed the adoption of the pandemic agreement and committed to continue work on the pathogen access and benefit sharing annex with a shared goal of strengthening global preparedness and equity. For Vanuatu and other small island developing states, the COVID-19 pandemic exposed serious vulnerabilities, including limited health infrastructure, workforce shortage, and fragile supply chains. These changes are further intensified by climate change and natural disasters, which continue to place pressure on our health systems. At the same time, the pandemic reminded us of the importance of solidarity and international cooperation. Vanuatu remains firmly committed to the vision at the heart of the pandemic agreement, that global health security depends on collective action and equitable access for all countries. We wish to acknowledge the practical difficulties faced by small missions such as ours in Geneva. With limited personnel and capacity, it is challenging to ensure fully across the many parallel negotiations and technical discussions taking place throughout this process. Despite these constraints, Vanuatu remains committed to constructive participation and to achieving a meaningful outcome. While we regret that the Intergovernmental Working Group was unable to reach consensus on the PABS Annex for adoption at the Assembly, we recognize the importance of allowing additional time to develop a system that is credible, operationally effective, and equitable. Vanuatu therefore supports the draft decision to extend negotiations on the PABS Annex and looks forward to continued engagement towards consensus. We remain committed to working with all member states in a spirit of cooperation and solidarity to ensure pandemic agreement delivers real benefits for all countries. Thank you.
Thank you, Vanuatu. I now give the floor to Guinea.
Monsieur le Président.
Chair, ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor for the delegation of Guinea to speak today at a key moment in global health. We are here before you not just as a member state, but as a nation which has in its collective memory the profound stigma of past crises. We paid a heavy tribute in the face of Ebola, and we've understood and felt the pain of loss of human lives and the effects on our economy and society. We drew a strong lesson from that. In the face of a global health crisis, a country cannot come out alone. The pandemic agreement is not just a legal instrument, it is essential. It is insurance for the future of humanity and a commitment towards future generations. Ladies and gentlemen, Guinea would like to express its deep concern in the face of the blocks, in particular linked to the PABS system. A virus cannot be negotiated with. It doesn't wait until our policy agreements are perfected. Every delay in finalizing this agreement is a danger for our fragile populations. We call on all member states to show a spirit of compromise, flexibility, and true innovation. Alongside South Africa, we would like to repeat our full commitment to support the achievement of this agreement. We're not looking for short-term achievements. Let's honor the memory of all victims of past pandemics by providing them with the shield they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you, Guinea. In accordance with the rules applicable to observers at the World Health Assembly, I have the pleasure to give the floor to the representative of European Union.
Thank you very much, Chair. The European Union remains committed to developing an equitable, effective and implementable PAB system that will make a real difference on the ground. We worked hard in the past few weeks with a view to identifying a set of possible landing zones, and we hoped that we could finalize our talks by this assembly. We continue to believe that it is necessary to work cooperatively towards a strengthened international framework to prevent, prepare for, and respond to public health emergencies. The pandemic agreement, as well as the revised IHR, contain important provisions that will significantly enhance our collective capacity to confront pandemic emergencies and do so in a more equitable manner. The PAP system has an important role to play in this context, but we need to ensure that the system is also conducive to innovation and research and development for medical countermeasures, and then can lead to a robust uptake by the private sector. We will do all we can to finalize the negotiation by the next assembly, opening the way to the pandemic agreement entering into force and implementation, with the aim to enhance global health security for the benefit of all. Thanks.
Thank you, representative from European Union. In conformity with the Rule 47 of the Rules of Procedure of the World Health Assembly concerning the representatives of the United Nations and of other intergovernmental organizations, I would now like to give the floor to Gavi.
Thank you, Chair. Gavi encouraged member states to sustain the recent progress in negotiations on the PABS Annex to deliver an outcome that is effective, practical to implement, and equity-driven. We stand ready to support a process that builds on existing mechanisms and promotes greater coherence across the global health architecture, thereby strengthening pandemic prevention, preparedness, and response. Gavi remains committed to contribute its experience in market shaping, delivery, and equitable access. In our view, maximizing the strengths of existing actors is essential to strengthening our collective capacity to respond to health emergencies. Thank you.
Thank you, Gavi. I now give the floor to South Centre.
Excellencies, esteemed delegates, the South Centre welcomes the time extension to finalize the PABS Annex to the pandemic agreement. Developing countries showed remarkable unity and put forward concrete proposals. Had these proposals been the basis for early work, negotiations could have concluded sooner. The additional time must not repeat the same missed opportunities. The PABS must deliver what the agreement intended. The sharing of PABS materials and sequence information on equal footing, the fair and equal sharing of benefits, must be governed by comprehensive rules fair for all providers and users. Standard PABS contracts must form the legal backbone, and all parties must ensure the system functions effectively. The South Centre calls on all parties to use this additional time to deliver an annex that meaningfully advances equity in pandemic prevention, preparedness, and response. Thank you.
Thank you, South Centre. Several non-state actors in official relations with WHO have requested the floor on this agenda item. According to the privileges conferred by relationship with the World Health Organization, I have pleasure in giving the floor to the representative of Drugs for Neglected Diseases Initiative.
Thank you, Chair. DNDi welcomes the continued efforts of member states to advance negotiations on the pandemic agreement and its PABS Annex. While negotiations were not concluded, the decision to continue discussions reflects the shared recognition that an effective and equitable access PABS system remains essential for future pandemic preparedness and response. Recent international coordination around hantavirus cases is a reminder that infectious disease threats continue to emerge in an interconnected world shaped by climate change, global mobility, and persistent health inequities. We call on member states to finalize the development of a robust PABS system that ensures that pathogen sharing translates into affordable access, technology transfer, diversified manufacturing, and equitable innovation outcomes. At the same time, countries should not wait for negotiations to conclude and can already begin implementing key equity-related provisions like Article 9.5 and embedding public interest conditions on publicly funded R&D. Thank you.
Thank you. I now give the floor to International Federation of Medical Students Associations.
Esteemed delegates and honorable chairperson, we welcome the efforts made by the member states to advance negotiations on the WHO pandemic agreement and the finalization of the PABS Annex. Recent health emergencies have continuously demonstrated that delayed and inequitable access to vaccines, diagnostics, therapeutics and care intensify systemic economic inequalities worldwide. Furthermore, these crises also place a severe and unsustainable burden on healthcare workers. As future health professionals, we emphasize that equity must remain at the core of the agreement. We ask for stronger commitments to equitable access, fair technology transfer, sustainable financing, and transparent data sharing. We call on member states to act with solidarity and ambition to deliver a just, binding, and actionable agreement that strengthens preparedness and protects future generations. Thank you.
Thank you. I now give the floor to International Federation of Pharmaceutical Manufacturers and Associations.
The innovative pharmaceutical industry remains a critical partner in pandemic preparedness and response. Through the Berlin Declaration and FME Equitable Access Statement, we have put forward concrete commitments to support timely and equitable access to medical countermeasures. Our commitments in the form of set-asides have been reflected in the pandemic agreement. Effective preparedness and response depend on rapid access to pathogens and relevant data to enable research and development. WHO's comparative advantage lies in its technical, normative, and convening functions. These core responsibilities should be protected and prioritized. Important uncertainties remain in the PABS Annex. We remain concerned that proposals would slow and diminish the development of the medicines and vaccines. We need to respond rapidly to the next pandemic. IFMA is committed to engaging constructively. Thank you.
Thank you. I now give the floor to Knowledge Ecology International.
Thank you. Negotiations have obviously stalled on the issues of access and benefit sharing related to physical samples and digital sequence information on novel pathogens. It is our view that negotiators should consider new approaches, including some features of the benefit sharing agreement in the new Law of the Sea Treaty for areas beyond national jurisdiction. In that agreement, governments take responsibility for the enforcement of benefit sharing, and the triggers for benefit sharing are downstream, like the filing of patents or the registration or sale of products. Also, when considering the terms that may be associated with access to digital sequence information, it's important to consider the legal interoperability along with other legal obligations that researchers face. Thank you.
Thank you. I now give the floor to Médecins Sans Frontières International.
Thank you, Chair. MSF regrets that the negotiations have not resulted in the adoption of PAMS system that ensure access based on enforceable benefit sharing obligations. Governments must continue negotiations and finalize a multilateral PAMS frameworks that enabling the pandemic agreement to enter into force. Meanwhile, government have the opportunity and responsibility to begin the groundwork now for early implementation through concrete actions, including binding access conditions on public-funded R&D, guaranteed access for clinical trial participants and at-risk communities, transparent procurement practices, and fair allocation based on public health needs. A more equitable system can begin today if government choose to act on the commitment they have already made in the pandemic agreement. Thanks.
Thank you. The floor is now given to Medicines Patent Pool Foundation.
Thank you, Chair. We commend the efforts of the negotiators to build consensus on the PABS Annex and welcome emphasis on non-exclusive licensing and technology transfer to advance the pandemic agreement's equity objectives. We are pleased to announce that MPP and Roche have just signed a new voluntary license agreement on Baloxavir Maboxil, a WHO-recommended antiviral for influenza. This agreement demonstrates three things: that global access mechanisms continue to deliver for public health by enabling supply of quality assured baloxavir across 129 countries through generic manufacturers. The license includes provisions to facilitate access during public health emergencies and address manufacturing and supply barriers. Finally, it demonstrates how public health-oriented licensing and know-how sharing can support both equitable access, regional manufacturing, and longer-term pandemic preparedness. Thank you.
Thank you. I now give the floor to Medical Women's International Association.
Thank you, Chair. We welcome the progress in advancing negotiations on the pandemic agreement. However, building on the experience of the latest pandemic, when 78% of COVID-19 patients in intensive care units had viral sepsis, every next disease outbreak and pandemic will increase the risks of sepsis as the final common pathway to death and disability. These risks are underestimated and still invisible in the current pandemic agreement and its related annex. The new global architecture for health emergency preparedness and response should prioritize stronger risk communication, surveillance and capacity building for prevention and clinical management of sepsis. This should be further supported by increased investments in research and innovations for new vaccines, antimicrobial therapies, diagnostics, and pathogen-agnostic systems immunology approaches. Thank you.
Thank you. The floor is now given to Medicus Mundi International, Network Health for All.
Thank you, Chair. This statement is supported by the People's Health Movement. Recent outbreaks of hantavirus and Ebola virus show us that biosamples and sequences are routinely made available for R&D, but without appropriate access and benefit sharing contracts with researchers and industry. This makes equitable access to vaccines, therapeutics, and diagnostics dependent on the goodwill of pharmaceutical companies. WHO and member states cannot allow such irregular practices to continue, especially with regard to pathogens of pandemic potential. We welcome the proposal to extend the negotiations of the Intergovernmental Working Group. The PABS Annex must operationalize Article 12 by requiring the following: predictable and equitable access to vaccines, treatments, and diagnostics before the declaration of public health emergencies of international concern and pandemics, including through diversified manufacturing. Registration of all recipients of pathogen samples and sequence information. The signing of access and benefit sharing agreements at the time of access to PABS resources. And finally, the prevention of biopiracy and respect for the principles of the Nagoya Protocol. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Now the floor is given to Oxfam.
Thank you. Oxfam has engaged in the INB and the EGWIC process, calling for a fair, just, and effective agreement. The Annex needs to operationalize Article 12 commitments for equal footing of pathogen access and benefit sharing through legal obligations for benefit sharing of technology, products, and money. Second, the implementation of contracts between WHO and all users, companies, labs, data centers, to enable tracing and to minimize risks of biosecurity threats. It should enable WHO, the UN Health Agency, to govern the system. And the text applies to pandemics and public health emergency of international concern. These legal obligations are essential for a fair, just, and effective system to protect health for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Now the floor is given to Public Services International.
It's not me.
They are not here. Then our last representative from Stitching Health Action International.
Health Action International appreciates the efforts made by all parties in advancing towards a workable agreement. We support the stance of the many governments and institutions who have spoken in defense of equity, transparency, and fair sharing mechanisms as a basis for the PABS Annex. There cannot be an effective pandemic preparedness, prevention, and response framework without a shared understanding of how to address existing disparities in access to health technologies, which are themselves rooted in imbalances in R&D and production. It is only a matter of urgency, but also of justice and solidarity, that a workable text is agreed upon, going beyond vague platitudes and a bare minimum mandate. Thank you, Chair, and to all the delegations that stayed so far. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable delegates, we have now come to the end of our meeting, and we will suspend this agenda sub-item. Tomorrow, the committee will resume this agenda sub-item for Secretariat responses immediately after address by the Director General in plenary. Please consult in the Daily Journal for more details. I wish you all a good night. This meeting is now closed.